Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to you. Maybe good afternoon, good evening, good night, depending on where you are viewing from around the world. Welcome to the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour here in Canberra. This is the second event, second leg of the tour at the Lyneham Beach Volleyball facility in Australia's capital, Canberra, like I had mentioned. Joining me courtside is a young Nick Thorpe. Welcome to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Awesome, mate. Welcome to Canberra. And, mate, you've been competing all weekend. Can you give us a bit of a lay of the land of the facilities and what the courts are like and a bit of an on-the-ground sort of debrief?
Yeah, so some amazing facilities here at the moment. Lots of good courts set up. You can sort of see where everything is from anywhere in the stadium. So you can sort of be watching a couple of games going at the same time, which is really good. Yeah, it's been really nice weather all weekend as well. Not too much wind, nice sort of sunny, cloudy days. So, yeah, it's been good to compete in.
Yeah, it's the Aussie summer has always got a little bit of swag to it, doesn't it? Yeah, Canberra's sort of sun as well. Unfortunately, Australia's in that ozone hole a little bit, but yeah, the Aussie sun tends to have a little bit of extra stint to it, but the cloud and the cool changes have come through nicely as well over the past few days, leading into today, which is what we have named Super Sunday. And you are about to watch our men's bronze medal match. So in our blue tops, we'll start off with the pink tops. There's Justin Schumann on screen there. These guys are the number 4 seeds. Justin Schumann, his partner, Garang and Yang. They're back into Super Sunday again. They got a silver medal in Glenelg just a couple of weeks ago. Start of November it was. Forgive me. Yeah, so these guys are in red hot form. Been on the scene for many, many years. Victorian-based powerhouses of the Victorian Beach Tour and Series down there, working alongside the great man, Big Al himself, and they'll take on the number 3 seed. A fairly, very new combination, actually, in saying that. The combination in blue of Luke Ryan and Paul Burnett. So Paul Burnett's obviously a well-known name across the Australian volleyball community. For those new joining us to our stream and to our fantastic sport, PB is a Commonwealth Games gold medalist. He took the gold in Birmingham in 2022. He was linked up with Chris McHugh, who has since recently retired from international volleyball, and PB has continued on his reign, returning from injury, so it's really, really nice to see him back on the sand and doing what he does. Still finding a bit of a groove and a ticker, but he has picked up a very healthy partner in Luke Ryan, Nick.
Yeah. I've watched their semi-final just before this one. It was an absolute bang fest over there. They were all big hits going cross-court. So I'm looking forward to seeing a few more of those big hits coming in this game here. Yeah,
100%. Looking forward to it indeed, because there's a big players out there. Obviously, all 4 of these guys are very, very talented, very skillful players. Physically, I'd say Luke and Paul maybe have the advantage, but
a little bit of height.
Yeah, a little bit of height. But Justy and Garang absolutely hold their own, and Garang is so long and takes so much space across the height of the net, and he's blocking, positioning, and Justy is so quick. His read on the play, his speed across the sand is a real talent to watch. Of course, the younger brother of Damien Schumann, the Tokyo 2020 Olympian for Australia in the beach volleyball, competing with Chris McHugh in Tokyo. So, yeah, it's great to see Justy Schumann still out here doing his thing. And the amount of time that he puts into his craft is almost second to none, I'd say. One of the hardest working and dedicated athletes kicking around the tour. So we do have just a few minutes leading into this men's bronze medal match, and there's the lay of the land so far. The guys working through their quarterfinals, of course, had pool play before that in a 32-team draw, making their way. If you top the pool, you go straight through to a round of 16, and they got their results done through that quarterfinal, which we saw the results on the screen there. All those guys going through without dropping a set, and then when it came to semi-final time, these 2 teams have gone down. Unfortunately, 0 sets to 2, and they put themselves in this bronze medal match. Any insights, Nick? What are you looking forward to most? What can we see from these 2 teams as they go head-to-head, the 3 and the 4 seeds?
Yeah, I think both teams are going to serve very aggressive, which will be good to see. So I think a lot of it will come down to if the big serves are landing, and then just trying to get them other team into a bit of a spot of disadvantage. If they can get them sort of having trouble getting to the side out, either team will be doing well there. But if they give it to them too easy, I can expect some very large hits and some very big blocks as well, I reckon.
There will be some epic plays across the whole court. We introduce our officials now. Jaden Norsworthy from New South Wales, he's up on the stand as our first referee at the helm. And down on the sand is Rebecca Felstark as our second referee, and she, I believe, is based from Canberra.
Is she now? Yeah.
I believe she's
I think
Canberra-based.
she's moved around a couple of times, but I've done some refereeing gigs with both these guys before. Very competent referees, very good, so it should be a good match.
Yeah, absolutely. And we welcome out the first of all the number 4 seeds, Justin Schumann, Graham Yang. Just composed as ever. They're not the most animated pair when they come out to a court or they're going through their warm-ups, but it's definitely not a team on a fire up.
Saving their energy.
Yeah, and they bring out the number 3 seeds. Like we said, that new combination of Paul Burnett and Luke Ryan. Tell you what, this Luke Ryan kid, he's a prospect.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of things coming up with him at the moment. You see it through the social media, just popping up everywhere, playing with a few different teammates, but getting some amazing results across the board.
Yeah, no, he's doing some good things already. And not a bad little pick-up and partner either, Paul Burnett. Straight out of injury, but still finding his groove. And, of course, he's home again on Super Sunday. So potentially another medal here for PB. But we'll get things underway. Justin Schuman's going to serve to get things started. So the best of 3 set format is the sport of beach volleyball. Played at 21 points for the first 2 sets, and then into our third set, if required, is the Rapid Express set to 15 points. So once again, viewers, thank you for joining us. We love having your company here for the live stream on the Oz Volley YouTube page. You are with Ben Abbott and Nick Thorpe, working through the men's bronze medal match here in Canberra. That's a couple of first points exchanged. That's a nice little snap from Justin Schumann off the block. Going to be a very, very healthy exchange between these two teams. Looking forward to it. I think we sort of mentioned it earlier, the physicality of Paul Burnett, Luke Ryan. It's going to be a big factor to play, but there's a little insight there, Thorpe, of what Justin Schuman's capable of. He's got really good skills, like I said, the read on the play, the technical skill sets.
Amazing pickup and great quickness to get around to open up that angle. He's going to have to work hard to get around the blockers, but he can do that with his speed pretty well.
It's one thing I actually do enjoy about Justin Schumann's game is he can hold. He's got such good awareness on his swing and his timing of his attack that he can hold his snap and hold his shot choice very, very late, allowing the block to kind of present and then make his play from there. So, yeah, but this is really good stuff from both sides. Obviously, point for point, side out beach volleyball, back and forth they go on serve, and Justin Schumann once again back there doing his thing. That's that height and that power we were talking about, Lukey Ryan.
It's going to be a very good aerial contest here, I reckon.
Yeah, I mentioned obviously the length of Garang and Yang's arms and his presence at the net, but Luke is just already levitating.
It's unfair how tall these guys are and how much they can jump.
Yeah, look, we are both volleyball players. We still compete as best we can with our stature.
That's it.
But we quietly dislike the tall people in our sport. Which obviously for any aspiring volleyballers out there, do not let height determine your future.
Not at all. Well, you can see at the moment, Justin here in the semi-final, bronze medal match at the moment. There's plenty you can do if you are a bit of a shorter player. There's plenty of advantages you can use to your benefit there as well.
And there's just so many avenues and levels and stuff as well. Of our fantastic sport. As we check out the replay on the big screen, it's just Lukey Ryan getting up nice and high. He'll take on Justin Schumann cross court. So it's a nice little play. But an ace serve here straight off the bat from Luke Ryan. He's started to find a bit of a groove. A little bit of vocal energy there from Luke as well. He's chasing a National Tour bronze medal. I believe it's his first National Tour bronze medal. He's been on the World Tour and Asian Tour and had a few fantastic results as well. Oh, and again, just working the angles.
Yeah, amazing serve. Went down the seam between him for the first serve to get the ace, and then just hitting that sideline on Yarang over there.
Talk us through the perimeters and the parameters of a beach volleyball court.
Yeah, so each side is 8 by 8 metres on each side of the court there. So a little bit smaller than your indoor courts if you're used to that. And same height net as indoor as well. So all players will be very familiar with how tall it is here. But, a lot of space to hit, but makes it look very small when you've got large blockers like this.
Yeah, Luke Ryan has really gained a good grasp on the past few points and built this gap out to a healthy 7-3 lead. He's got 2 back-to-back tough serves, ace serves, and now he's going back and he's got a block as well. So doing the blocking duties, usually you'll see the two players have one role to play, whether it's the block or defense. And I guess naturally the shorter person plays defense, which
Yep.
we have a crack at. But no, there are obviously the smaller blockers of the world. There's Matush Shalba, who plays on the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour. Arguably one of the best blockers on the tour. His timing, his form, his strength at the top is... He's a very, very physical player.
He's so dominant on the net as well. Like, I've played against him a couple of times. You just get scared to swing because you just know he's there all the time.
But he's there late.
Yeah, he's there
late. He just pops up out of nowhere.
He can see where you're going and then throw his hands in front of it. So, yeah, very dominant blocker.
I love it. And there's shorter players around the world, on the world scene as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Who are known for purely just a timing thing and a positional thing. And sometimes your blockers aren't just there to get a block. They're positional. They're tactical to set up a ball directly to their defender who might be reading absolutely everything, picking it up and converting on points.
Yeah. So the blocker usually just trying to take away the strongest attacking option. If it's a hard swing, just makes it a bit easier for the defender to pick up the second best or the third best shot of that player. So a lot goes into sort of knowing how each of the teams play and trying to come up with a good strategy to sort of counter that.
Absolutely. And even then, it's a prime example down that line. So Garang left a fair bit of line and he threw the bait out. He kind of tempted Luke Ryan to have a crack at that line, which he did, and he just forced a fraction wide. So a couple of points back-to-back here for Justin Schumann and Garang Yang. Dropping it short on the big man. And he'll capitalise. Delicate at the top.
Yeah, there are those long arms you were talking about.
I don't think he even left the ground.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Just got on his tippy toes.
Yeah, so the men's height standing at 2 metres 43 centimetres, both indoor and beach, so there's no difference regardless of the surface. But, Garang will happily put that one down. Justin Schumann is just ball on a string right now, bringing things up to 7 points apiece. A little bit of animation from Justin Schumann just then.
He's getting into it.
Oh, absolutely love it. And it's only going to get more and more animated. You see Lucky Ryan as well just then. He's kind of just composing himself, walking on back. He's taking a breath. He needs to reset here. He's getting worked overtime. Like we said, it's his first time into a Super Sunday space and wanting to chase a medal. Bit of a point to prove. Like we said, there's a bit of a spotlight on young Luke Ryan. Rightfully so, when he's got a leap like that, a height like that, good skills. He's young. He came through the Queensland younger sort of development phase into the Australian Volleyball Academy here in Canberra. And then he's been moved on to Adelaide, and he's based at the AIS there with the developing Volleyroo, moving into a very healthy Volleyroo space. Justin Schumann crunches that.
Swing.
So you don't need to be big. He did not hit that high over the net at all. He just found that gap underneath the right shoulder of Luke Ryan. I love it. Absolutely love it. The little guys. Tough serve again. Opportunity here for Justin, who will capitalise.
Puts it away. And you can see here, Justin just really using those sidelines. We were talking about the dimensions of the court before. He is using every bit of that court to just try and push that ball nice and wide, make it very hard for the defense to get across to it.
100%. It's interesting to see the tactics purely from the serve right now. Obviously targeting and working Luke Ryan overtime on serve and dropping it short and kind of moving him around side to side. And you see PB just creep across just then as well. Kind of, hey, throw me the ball, give me a bit of temptation. Even just showing, like we saw an error there from Garang, even just showing something different on serve reception.
Definitely. So it looks like Schumann and Garang are just trying to work Luke, and it's getting a bit hot now, so see if they can get him a little bit tired just to drop a little bit of the height. Yeah,
especially a player who is working overtime from serve. He's running through to the net. Like, that'll take its toll over time. Obviously, these guys are
incredibly fit.
Outrageously fit.
Yeah.
Hence why they're out there and we're behind the microphones.
Exactly.
But, these guys, the tactics all come into play, and it's I honestly call beach volleyball a big game of chess, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely.
As Luke Ryan now is starting to work the angles, he's fired up. Like, let's check out if you can go back to his serve and we'll watch his approach and how high he actually gets out of the sand on the contact for the serve, and the trajectory of that ball from his contact down. Obviously, plenty of ball speed across that net. You see it here, nice and high. Look at that.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
But Garang's absolutely dying that ball. Oh, and monstered across.
Down.
That is a fantastic swing, and that's the confidence that they want.
Yep.
There we go. So the mid-set break. So for the first 2 sets of beach volleyball, newcomers to beach volleyball in our sport, technical timeout is just a mid-set break. So the athletes are allowed to go to their benches. They'll take 1 minute of time to their benches where they can reset, compose. We'll go through some of the replays on the screen here, some of the bigger plays. And it's honestly been a serving game. A lot of the first couple of points have been dictated by serve positioning, pass manipulation. And there has been a few exchanges across the net as well, healthy in terms of Garang and Luke going at each other nice and high, but Justy getting some defensive touches. And volleyball's one of those sports you do have to take it set by set. You cannot think about, okay, the next set I'm going to do this. It's got to be set by set. You have the opportunities to go to your benches, to reset, to reframe the mind, and be able to dial back in. So it'll be interesting to see how they come back out after this. Obviously, they have certain things that are working for their game plans, and whether they continue with that until things change. But
yeah, I think you'll see those tactics will probably be pretty similar for a little bit longer, just to still test it out. It's 10-11 right now, really tight game. So let's see how they go when they get back into it.
Sherman, he'll drop it down short on Lukey Ryan once again. Yeah. Oh, through the uprights, just inside that baseline. A few little giggles thinking it might be OT, but I think it was through the uprights there onto that baseline. So the uprights, is, I'm referring to the blocking hands as well for those on the live stream feed. Big serve there, PB. Look at the height here. There it is. Easy as you like. And that was all set up from the Paul Burnett serve. This man, back to the baseline. He's Cottesloe Beach based. He's from Perth, from WA, Western Australia. Obviously, he lives full-time in Adelaide. He's got a degree in dentistry.
Oh, wow.
He has one of the best smiles in the world. For all dental services, reach out to Paul Burnett. And an ace serve, Paul Burnett. This is where he starts to stamp his experience and his foot on the game. I want to see it. And you'll see as well now that Luke just will try and play that support role. You know, they're in a groove. They can see Justin and Garang starting to get a little bit internal on the back foot. Working high and deep again. Good hands from Garang. Really good pick up in defense from Paul Burnett. It's Garang. He'll just take the space away to big man. It's a nice big block there from Garang. Big right hand on that ball, Nick.
Yeah. And that's that height coming into play. I think Ryan and Burnett really like to get a good swing on it. Less of a finesse team, more of a power team. So that's what they got to do. They got to put him in a hard spot and take that shot away.
Definitely. Oh, 2 more play coming.
That's open.
Change your time. We saw that coming from a mile away. We're just sitting to the left of the baseline camera for your viewingship at home, and
had a perfect view for that one.
Yeah, I'm glad he actually put that into the sand instead of over the back of the fence.
Yeah, we are in the danger zone here.
Oh, here it comes again. Oh, no. Got a good piece of sand just then. So the boys from Victoria, they'll stay in touch. 12-15, 1 away from the end switch. I haven't mentioned it yet, but every multiple of 7 in the first 2 sets of beach volleyball. They'll change ends. It's just allowing for no advantage across the court. Perfect conditions here in Canberra to play some fantastic beach volleyball. PB on 2. Lovely play.
Amazing swing there. Yeah. Really good angle on the swing. If you go dead straight, they're going to be ready to pick it up, but he just tags the sideline on that one.
Tough to do as well, like getting high and across the body. So there's a replay there of an earlier shot from Luke Ryan who's just gone high and over the top. PB still on serve. Delicate, but Luke Ryan is just falling into that net. Getting hungry, getting aggressive.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for them. They had the set-up play. They took out the cross-court hit and then moved down that line for the short shot. Just unfortunately tagging the net with his hands there on the block.
Of course, any contact with that net, automatic loss of points. So, yeah, that's an unfortunate mishap there, but I'll move on. I'll progress. It's a good swing. Taking on the retreating block. Usually that play is going to be off balance, coming off the net.
It's very hard to get back early enough and then also have the ability to stop so that you can then make the pass or change direction if you need to. So Garang doing well to get that far back.
Yeah, you sound like a bit of a volleyball coach, Nick. You've done some coaching in your time, have you, sir?
A little bit of coaching.
Of course, we know each other very well. So, ace serve here, Lukey Ryan. That's a nice little play to give him a bit of a breather.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you've done a bit of coaching in time. Like I said, we know each other very well. So, we've both spent plenty of time in the coaching space.
Yeah. But, I actually started coaching when I was 15, so...
Jeez Louise.
Yeah, back at the school, because there was no other coaches in the school, so we started coaching the young fellas coming through.
There you go. And you obviously do a lot of work in the Illawarra region as well, you have passed the reins onto other people within the ranks of Illawarra these days, but you have done many, many hard yards and continue to be a big, big presence down there. And for all the Illawarra watchers and listeners out there, make sure you give this great man, Nick Thorpe, a pat on the back, and his brother Sean Thorpe as well, who've done a lot of amazing things for the region in Illawarra and their volleyball. Point number 19, I believe, 18 up here for Paul Burnett and Lukey Ryan. Big contest at the net. Cross court. Just fading away on the snap.
The finesse on the finish.
Right. Bringing up point number 19 here for the number 3 seeds. These two teams have been seeded correctly, obviously, here in the bronze medal match. So Volleyball Australia's done a great job there. But a big, big turnout of our national team representatives as well, which is fantastic to see on our national tour. How's that for a pick-up here? Justin Schumann. Oh, that's
just
so
too big.
Good. And there's nothing you could do as well.
Played perfectly.
Good exchanges back and forth. Set point here for Paul Burnett, Lukey Ryan. 21 points is that magic number to take the advantage in the set and the match. As he drop it across the body on Justin Schumann again.
Yeah, let's see if he goes for the seam here. Whoa.
Just hammers it for an ace, in fact. He'll clip the tape on the way through. So a bit of luck favouring the Brave, but that'll get it done. They'll take set number 1, 21-14. Like what you previously mentioned, both these teams coming through their pool play phase. So round of 32, they top their pool into the round of 16, so they skip around there and straight through the quarters. All 2-set victors all along the way.
Yeah, been very dominant throughout the competition.
Yeah, and there's a bit of a gap there, a small gap at that, might I say, in terms of our top 4 to 6 teams on the national scene. Great to have so many Volleyroos, obviously a part of that pathway as well. But I love teams like your Robbie Reeves, Matabella, on like nipping at the heels. All those teams keep coming around. Because Robbie Reeves, Matty Bell, they made a Super Sunday in Glenelg in round 1 of the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour.
Yep.
And they're a very animated bunch.
It's great for the crowd to see as well.
Absolutely.
Definitely a lot of fun when those guys are on court.
100%. And other teams as well, like you got the likes of Brandon Eagle, the young gun Lucas Hasdov. Who else kicking around over there? Like, there's just plenty of names who... Yeah, Solly Bushby, Jed Walker, those guys. All part of the developing Volleyroos as well. And I think what's really cool is just the depth of both programs at the moment within our sport. Of course, the World Championships coming to Adelaide in 2025, November this year. Lukey Ryan getting up high for point number 1. Yeah, the World Championships. How good's that going to be in Adelaide?
That's going to be amazing. Yeah, I'm sure they'll be.
Are you going to be down there?
Yeah, I'm going to take some time off work and try and get down there.
100%. That's what we like to hear, because how often does the world come to Australia for beach volleyball specifically?
Not in my lifetime so far.
We're very, very, very fortunate to have, obviously massive sporting events and a big, big sporting culture here in Australia. But for us diehard volleyball fans, bringing a World Championships to the land down under, and people around the world always say, I'd love to come to Australia.
Yeah.
Best way to do it, play a bit of volleyball.
That's it, yeah. I mean, can't complain about that, eh?
A short amount of time to qualify for the World Champs this year, but look, stranger things have happened.
That's it.
So well on the way into set number 2 with Paul Burnett and Luke Ryan. Taking set 1, and advantage by 3 in set number 2. So this is that other gear that we're talking about. Paul Burnett's found a really good rhythm on serve. Quite a physical team, like we mentioned.
Nowhere to go.
Nowhere. Putting that ball too tight. The length of Lukey Ryan. Really good time on the block. Getting up, taking that space away. So a timeout will be called here from Justin Schumann, Karang and Yang. From a coaching standpoint, within beach volleyball, at a senior level, there's no on-court coaching. There's no information given to the teams while they're out there doing their thing. But from your standpoint, Thorpe, what's something that maybe Justin and Green need to adjust purely for this set? They obviously were competitive last set, but coming to the second set where they must win to keep their hopes of a bronze medal alive.
Yeah, well, they need to stay aggressive. They can't sort of back away from anything like that. Garang went up for a good on-2 sort of chip shot, but it just went a little bit wide. But good to sort of mix it up a little bit and try and give a bit of a pressure let off to his partner. Open up some other options, but they need to side out, which they can do. They did it all the first set. And then once they start out, they've got to go back to that aggressive, good placement serving and really get Luke on his heels and try and make it hard for him to get that big swing happening, because as soon as they get a nice, comfortable ball, it's very hard to stop.
Yeah, you're right. I think as well, as soon as they get their first point in this second set here, I think they'll be able to go take a bit of a breath and on the board. And not the cleanest of contacts there from Paul Burnett, so everything going the way of the number 3 seeds right now. But, they get on the ball, they'll find a bit of confidence, a bit of courage, and go back and doing what they do. Obviously, never say die attitude.
Yeah. No, I don't think either of the teams will give up at any point in this game here.
No, it's very, very strong level again. It just clips the tape on the way through. PB staying so aggressive. Floats on over. Oh, my goodness. Just wide.
Just wide.
That is an insight, though, to Luke Ryan.
Oh, yeah. They're going to get some. They're going to need some fresh balls in a minute. They're going to put some holes in these one, I reckon.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, the height is so impressive. The contact point and what these young guys are doing. Impressive work down there at the AIS in Adelaide. So Justin Green on the board. This time targeting Paul Burnett. It's different change. Switch up.
Yeah. Always good to throw an odd one to the other teammate as well. Just make sure they're still paying attention on that serve receive.
Yeah, the first in switch as well. 2-5, so double points up. First set, Lukey Ryan. Now they're going on PB. I wonder if Garang goes back there again. No, go across his body this time. High pass from Luke Ryan. Oh, fading away again. He tickles that tape. Bit of a tightrope.
Just with that such high contact point, you've just got so many options available there. And cuts that one beautifully.
So a silver medal for Luke Ryan on the World Tour, getting a Futures silver medal overseas in China.
Beautiful swing.
Schumann sneaking on through. Doesn't have to be hard, doesn't have to be powerful, just placing it very, very finely. Just so much to talk about for these guys here. Going through their information, their stats, their bios, what they've achieved. Lukey Ryan, like I said, relatively new to the scene, but already got a World Tour medal to his name. Paul Burnett, he's had an amazing career so far. Multiple times has he been on the top of the podium as Garang gets a huge stuff. The size of his arms, the space he takes away, both line and cross angles. And again, as per usual, composed on his celebration.
Yeah.
A little bit subdued. Back on PB. 2 here from Ryan Schumann. All over it. Turn and burn. Down the middle.
Beautiful swing. Here you go. Fighting back in the second set right now.
5-6 scoreboard. Just the 1 point in it. Justin Schumann, he's just walked back to his spot. G pumping him up. Pat on the back. Keep doing you, man. I'll play my role. You do you. These two have just been together for so long.
Yeah.
So many years on the scene. Like I said, powerhouses of the Vic Beach Tour. So timeout's been called here from Paul Burnett and Luke Ryan.
There you go. So that's both teams with their timeout already.
Correct, yeah. Only one timeout allowed from either team in each set of beach volleyball. There's a technical timeout, like we mentioned, for the first 2 sets. Nothing in the third as they express set to 15 points. So good to see a smile on Garang's face over there as well. He's happy with how things are kind of progressing and moving along. And Justy Schumann, he's found another little groove. I like it.
Yeah.
He's a scary, scary player. He's not a scary man by any means, but he's a scary
Lovely
player
human,
when he gets just
player.
in this groove, in this mood. He just silences everything else going around, and he starts seeing things in a whole different fashion, whole different way.
Yeah.
You know, he takes the game by both hands and just runs with it.
There you go, over the top there from PB. Nice high controlled shot.
Yeah, tactical timeout. Sometimes just need that breather. Sometimes just need that break to reset, re-engage, come back out, and could be as simple as breaking a rhythm. Got to compete, can't do it. Just a bit too much on that serve for Geraint to handle. Oh, sorry, Justin to handle, and then Geraint to kind of compete on top of the net. So that's that 3-point buffer. Plenty of comfort for PB and Luke. Just chipping away. Just chipping away. But a good end.
Yeah, good end.
Good end indeed, Thorpe.
I think the first swap being 5-2, brought it back a little bit. Currently 6 serving 8. Team in pink at the top of the court.
Heavy serve here from Geraint. Puts it back on Lukey Ryan, who wants to get up. The eyes light up. He saw the opportunity just to have a crunch. Can't get it to fall. So those little errors there as well will just give a little bit of fuel, bit of momentum to Geraint and Justy.
Just opens the door up a little bit for him.
Geraint stays aggressive, clips the tape on the way through. And Lukey Ryan composes himself.
Back to the bread and butter.
Back to the bread and butter. Lovely play there. Using the perimeter again, shooting for that last half a metre of the court with pace as well. From that height, you can do it with pace. Yeah, us little guys are going to get a little bit of a loop on it.
Yeah, get it up and over.
Yeah, beat the bigger blocks. Continuing now at 9-7. Line's a call, but Luke Ryan's there. 4 contacts made.
So the referee just judging that the blocker not quite getting a touch on that one. Hitting that ball into the net, which will make it 4 touches for the team in pink.
Obviously, yeah, maximum of 3 contacts required or allowed. So you can play on 2, which is what we've seen from a few teams, and even different styles around the world. We talk about the World Tour and the way the game changes. Purely, you can look at different countries and different nations around the world as well, and how they approach their style. Australia play a big physical game. The number 1 team in the world, the reigning Olympic champions, the Swedes. These guys are 21, 22 years of age, and they're jumping on every single contact almost.
That's it, yeah. Looking deadly at any touch of the ball.
Yeah,
and they're very hard to defend against.
Yeah, their skills on every contact as well. It's just obviously phenomenal. To do what they do, they just changed the game over the years. You got the likes of Anders Mol and Christian Soren, who are just really skillful, but quite a physical team as well. The Brazilians around the world, they also play big. Obviously known for their prowess on the court. And these guys all take it to them, which is exactly what we want. Yeah. Justin Schumann with a really good read. Big rally here on court. Justin Schumann, Geraint Yang, that is just outrageous stuff. That is silly from both of these 2 teams on court.
Amazing effort by all 4 players there, but Justin, again, just doing well to use that tall block to his advantage, just chipping away at the side of the arms there.
Big voice here from the crowd, Robbie Reeves. Can't help himself. He's on or off the court.
He'll make his presence known.
I was going to say, he'll be there. Oh, Paul Burnett takes on the angle. Again, Justy right there. So 3-point ball game at the technical timeout. 12-9 scoreboard. Still plenty of people kicking around here in Canberra, which is great. 3 hours south of Sydney, which is on the east coast of New South Wales, Australia. And big base for beach volleyball in this country. Manly Beach is well known heavily for its, obviously, 1, pristine beaches, but 2, beach volleyball programs.
Volleyball as well, yeah.
And
a lot of good
BVA
players
there.
coming out of there at the moment.
Very exciting times. MBVA, the New South Wales Phoenix, Chris Todd and the crew up there doing amazing things. Obviously, you've got your finger on the pulse up there as well.
Yeah.
And Queensland as well. Obviously, always producing, for whatever reason, some giant humans.
Yeah,
whatever they're feeding.
all very tall up there,
for
aren't they?
whatever reason they're feeding outrageous bodies up there. There's a big body behind us as well. Duddy Potts. He's giving me a cheeky smile right now. He's going to be featuring the gold medal match later on. The Lego man himself. Suiting up with the teppanyaki chef and Jack Pierce. Bit of a chat about those guys later on, but no, really, really good to see all of our guys in the country continuing just to develop fantastic athletes, especially in the World Champs at the end of the year as well. Like we keep mentioning, get your tickets. Hopefully they're on sale soon. You do have the opportunity as well to volunteer and be a part of that space in many, many capacities. I will be there, fingers crossed, unconfirmed officially as the courtside MC, but I will,
sure you will be.
Hopefully be there, taking on a different role for this particular event and doing some live stream commentary, which thoroughly enjoying at this point in time. Obviously a really good match to kick off the day with the men's bronze between the 3 and 4 seeds, and some pretty good company in yourself, Nick Thorpe.
You too, mate, you too. Glad to be here.
Yeah, no, it's a stunning day. 24 degrees in Canberra, nation's capital, and nice little stepping stone in the ABVT. We're off to Cobram next.
Yes.
For the third leg. We'll talk plenty more about that over the day. Big rally. Oh, Garang. Going for the Kong block.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Garang hasn't really reacted. I think he's kind of just going,
Yeah.
Like, that's what's happened. That's fine.
The ball's gone out there. PB just trying to use that hand and send that one out the side, but just not quite getting his hand.
Just the way Garang reacted just then, I was like, is he trying to hide the fact that he touched the ball on the way through, or
the cheeky gamesmanship, maybe?
Oh, that's outrageous.
Great vision.
Lucky Ryan loves that too.
Tagging the outside of the line there. Okay, here we go. PB back on serve again. Huge serve cross court there. Good pick up though. Gonna go for a free ball though. Oh, the team in blue just doing well to spread it wide there. Using the whole length of that net right now to open up the attacking options. Back on serve again here. Let's see where he's going to go with it. Big cross-court ace there.
Just threading it down the middle. Really good pace on the serve. So 17 points up now. These guys are running away with this bronze medal match. Looking to get themselves on the podium. Lucky Ryan for the first time here. Ace serve, Paul Burnett.
It's the same serve. Doing really well there. Just to it's not only the pace of that serve, it's the placement of that serve. Just coming between the two players makes it very difficult to pick up. Let's change it ends here, and let's see if he can keep up with that aggression.
Yeah, I think knowing the rhythm he's in, it's not
I'd say so.
Too hard to guess what he's going to do next. Again, just whipping at this change of size as well there from Justin Garang. Just throwing something out. Obviously in the rally now. Oh, Garang will take him on. I'd love to see it. Might have heard a little bit of a whisper just then through the comms. We're having a few little technical difficulties on the ground here, but hopefully the live stream for you guys is in full flight and you guys are enjoying the coverage so far for the second leg of the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour here in Canberra. The men's bronze medal, that is monstered.
Powerful line shot.
Oh my goodness.
Threw it straight down.
Oh, this young man, what are we going to see in the next couple of months and leading into the World Champs? Very exciting times. The World Tour kicks off very, very soon. First couple of legs in Mexico, then Brazil. PP with a good read.
Chased down well.
So Paul Burnett's gone from a defensive role or a split role with Chris McHugh. Jumped in with a few different players, playing a bit of a blocking role, and now he's gone back to a defensive role. He's so quick across the sand. Again, good skills. And how's that for a shot? That's case in point about what Paul Burnett is capable of. And he's only just getting back into the game after a shoulder injury. So we've got a set, match, and bronze medal point here for Luke Ryan, Paul Burnett. Oh, he guns for it. Into the tape. The net's got other reasons.
So they're going to have to side out to win it here.
One simple side-out play. We say it's simple, but look, if we were out there, it'd be a tough gig.
That's it.
High in the middle, Luke Ryan on two. We'll get it done.
Tough gig, but makes it look easy.
Men's bronze medalists here in Canberra, Australian Beach Volleyball Tour. Round number 2. We congratulate Paul Burnett, Luke Ryan. Convincing fashion, Justy Schumann, Garain Yang. Top 4 finish once again, through to a Super Sunday. They'll be happy with their top 4 finish. But I think a little bit disappointed with the scoreboard side of things.
Yeah.
They had their moments. Played some awesome volleyball at times, had the opportunities, but again, we spoke about the physical team that is Paul Burnett and Lukey Ryan as they celebrate their bronze medal here. Luke Ryan, first Australian Tour bronze medal. First Tour medal, I believe, for this young man. Yeah, obviously many, many more to come for him as there's 2 legs left on the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour. We go to Cobram, Baruga for the Classic at the start of March, and then off to Coolangatta on the Gold Coast.
The end of March.
Cannot wait for that one. The Australian Championships leading into one of the first international events of the year with the Beach Volleyball Pro Tour Futures at Coolangatta. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time and your coverage and joining us. We've still got plenty of action coming your way, including 3 more matches to come. The women's bronze medal match up next. First serve will be at 12:30 between the number 15 seeds of Rebecca Ingram and Matisse Conlon. They will take on South Australians Young Guns and Duo, and the number 5 seeds in Ruby Vanloo, Cameron Zaya. You are watching the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour here live on the Oz Volley YouTube channel. For any of your viewers out there joining us for the first time, thank you so, so much. Loyal fans, all that sort of thing across the stream. Share the link, and we'll catch you next one here at 12:30. Women's bronze medal match, moments away. He didn't hit that high over the net at all. He just found that gap. Tough serve again. Opportunity here for Justy, who will capitalise.
That's the way. And you can see here, just a little bit tired, just to drop a little bit of the height.
Yeah, especially a player who is working overtime from serve. He's running through to the net. Like, that'll take its toll over time. Honestly, call beach volleyball a big game of chess, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely.
As Luke Ryan now starting to work the angles, he's fired up. Like, let's check out. If you can go back to his serve, he's absolutely dying that ball. Oh, and monstered across down. That is a fantastic swing, and that's the confidence that they want.
Yeah.
There we go. Look at the height here. There it is.
Yeah.
Easy as you like. And that was all set up from the Paul Burnett serve. This man, reach out to Paul Burnett. And an ace serve, Paul Burnett. This is where he starts. Reach out to Paul Burnett. And an ace serve, Paul Burnett. This is where he starts. It's Garang. He'll just take the space away to big man. It's a nice big block there. It's Garang. He'll just
coaching any time, a little bit of coaching, a little bit of coaching.
Of course, we know each other very well. So ace serve here, Lukey Ryan. That's a nice little play to give him a bit of a breather. Region in Illawarra in their volleyball. Point number 19, I believe. 18 up here for Paul Burnett and Lukey Ryan. Big contest at the net. Cross court. Just that for a pick up here. Justin Schumann. Oh, that's
just
so
too big.
Good. And there's nothing you could do as well.
Played perfect. If he goes for the seam here.
Whoa. Just hammers it for an ace, in fact. He'll clip the tape on the way through. So a bit of luck favouring the Brave, but that'll get it done. They'll take set number 1. You know, obviously massive sporting events and a big, big sporting culture here in Australia. But for us die-hard volleyball fans, bringing a world championships.
Yeah.
You know, obviously massive sporting events and a big, big sporting culture here in Australia. But for us die-hard volleyball fans, bringing a world championships.
Yeah.
Aggressive. Floats on over. Oh, my goodness. Just wide.
Just wide.
That is an insight, though, to Luke Ryan.
Oh, yeah.
Multiple times since he's been on the top of the podium as Garang. 7. Lines a call, but Luke Ryan's there. 4 contacts, mate. Justin Schumann, Garang Yang. That is just outrageous stuff. That is silly. On or off the court,
He'll make his presence known.
I was going to say, he'll be there. Oh, Paul Burnett takes on the angle. Again, Justy right there. So a 3-point ball game at the technical timeout. Day. Big rally. Oh, Garang. Going for the Kong block.
Yeah.
I don't know, Garang hasn't really reacted. I think he's kind of just gone, Yeah. Change of size as well there from Justin and Garang. Just throwing something out. Obviously in the rally now. Oh, Garang will take him on. High in the middle, looking right on 2. We'll get it done.
Tough gig, but makes it look easy.
Men's bronze medalists here in Canberra, Australian Beach Volleyball Tour. Round number 2. We congratulate Paul Burnett, Luke Ryan. Convincing fashion. Justy Schumann, Garang Yang. Top 4 finish once again. Through to a Ladies and gentlemen, beach volleyball fans of Australia and the world, welcome to the Oz Volley YouTube page. You are joining us for match number 2 of Super Sunday. This time the ladies take on the women's bronze medal match, and we see the number 15 seeds taking on the number 5 seeds. We'll introduce you to the athletes very, very shortly, but if you are joining us for the first time, welcome to the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour round number 2 here in Canberra, Australia's capital. It is a balmy 24 degrees. Slight breeze across the courts, which should not play a factor on the talents of these 4 athletes on court. We're moments away from introducing all 4 of these fantastic athletes to the court. A couple of young guns, 3 of the 4 out there relatively new to the scene, and Beck Ingram, who will introduce to you as well, is a bit of a veteran stakeholder on the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour. Any sort of partner that she jumps in with, she's always had success with, and she's back into another medal match of the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour. My name is Ben Abbott. Welcome to one and all, and thank you again for joining us. We love having your company here on the Oz Volley YouTube page. If you're so gracious enough to share our fantastic link and share our fantastic sport with your family, your friends all around the world, we greatly appreciate it as we lead into the World Championships in November in Adelaide in 2025 later on this year. But joining me courtside of a first-time new recruit commentator in the young Sam Garvin. Welcome to you, sir.
Thank you. No, excited to be here, mate.
Awesome, mate. And look, you said you've got a safety word in case you get a little bit uncomfortable on the comms.
Mate. I'm shouting pineapple. You already know.
Pineapple is the word in case you do feel a bit uncomfortable within the space. But, man, the best part is that we're just talking volleyball. We're just talking a bit of shop, enjoying the best of the best doing what they're doing on the court. And you played this weekend as well.
Yep.
You had a bit of a run in the men's challenger division.
Yep.
So that's the next tier down before you step up into the elite world. But how was your experiences, my friend? How was Canberra?
Mate, it's hot out there.
Yeah?
It's very hot. No, but it's fun. It's good. Not a lot of wind this weekend, so we get to just play fun, expansive volleyball.
I suppose that's the joys of not being on a beach, right? It's obviously a slightly different beach volleyball event in the sense of being at a Lyneham beach facility, so an inland beach facility. But you're right, yeah. It's nice having no breeze and a lot easier to definitely play this sport.
No, it's definitely changed, and it gives like different sorts of teams better opportunities, you know? Just seeing different
levels
people
the playing
win.
field,
Yeah,
right?
exactly, yeah.
And what about the pit itself, the sand itself? We've had a bit of rain over the weekend as well, overnight thankfully, not during the day and during play, but the pit itself is actually, it looks quite deep. The sand looks quite sort of deep.
Yeah, it looks quite deep, but it actually, because it rained on Thursday night, I think, we came on Friday morning and it was hard packed. Isaac Carajo was saying it was like jumping indoor except with little holes all over the court, so you just roll your ankle. But yeah, so you can jump pretty high. It's pretty hard packed actually. But as you know, it's Canberra, it's dusty. Getting amongst it, but.
Yeah, no, it's all part of the tour. So the second leg here of the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour. On your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing the lay of the land and how these teams have progressed through to the bronze medal match. So the likes of Conlon and Ingram progressing through in an epic quarterfinal, taking out some developing volleyeroos and Jasmine Fleming and Steffi Fayesh, and they won 2-0 there. Through to the semi-final, they went down 2-0 this morning. So they've put themselves in a bronze medal match as they take on Cameron Zaya and Ruby Van Loo, also coming through quarterfinals into a semi. And they're getting introduced to the court right now as we speak. The young guns from South Australia, Ruby Van Loo in the hat, Cameron Zaya, her partner in crime. 2 very, very exciting young athletes coming through the ranks, based down in South Australia at the South Australian Sports Institute, or SASI as it's known. And their opponents are number 15 seeds in Beck Ingram and Matisse Conlon. So Victoria, Queensland combination. Like I said, Beck Ingram, she's been around the scene for a while. Not sure if you're old enough to be aware of a young Beck Ingram, but she's a bit of a veteran, bit of a legend from Victoria, relocated to Brizzy, and now Matisse Conlon. And that's somebody more your age sort of bracket, and maybe you get a bit of insight there. There you go, a serve right there. Take it away, Sam.
Yeah, we've same age group, or I think Matisse is actually the age group below, so I've watched her play as she's come up through the ages, and, you know, always been her and Charlotte Hanson have been the top of their age group. Coming into this game with a lot of confidence after taking out Steffi Fayesh, who a lot of people expected to go through to even the gold match. So it'll be interesting to see if, you know, junior players can sustain the sort of pressure, with big crowd, medal matches on Super Sunday. It'll be interesting to see how long they can sustain their high level of play.
Yeah, you're right, especially with the heat as well. This women's bronze medal match in the peak of the day. 12:30 first serve. Yeah, it is already very hot. Next to no breeze. The odd breeze comes through, and it's a sigh of relief collectively from the crowd courtside, which, as you mentioned, is nice and full. And a couple of grandstands courtside as well, and hopefully our live streamers around Australia and the world. Drop a comment wherever you are viewing from, and we'd love to know which part of the world you're watching. There's family and friends out there as well. As we see Matisse Conlon fade away. Lovely little snap from the body. Quite a crafty young player, Matisse.
I think that's going to be important in this game. Cam Zaya, big blocker, and Ruby Van Loo as well. So I think on the physical side, that pair definitely has the advantage, and they really want to be up at the net, dominating at the net, whereas Matisse wants to be around the net, chopping around the block, and moving that block around to open up more of the court for herself.
Good couple of points you make in the sense of how they're crafting their shots at the moment, how they're working their way into the first set. And we haven't seen a great deal of aggression yet in terms of a powerful swing or anything like that. There's obviously your power serve here from Cam Zaya with a jump spin serve. I like seeing that from Beck Ingram, a two-ball play. Just to, again, throw a spanner in the works, ask the question of the defence early.
Exactly, and it just goes back to what we were saying before, is, they need to come up with a couple of different strategies to work around the big block.
Correct. You're quite a wise young man for a 18-year-old volleyball player, aren't you?
I try to be.
Yeah.
But another big serve there. Another ace.
Straight down the middle as well. Asking the questions early, like who's going to take more of the court, who's going to take more of the space. Exactly. Now, Sammy, you and I, we spent a lot of time together over the years.
We have.
I used to live in Sydney. You went to Sydney Grammar. You played some volleyball.
Yeah.
No, Sammy was a part of our first team at Sydney Grammar for, 3 years? 4 years? There you go.
I was there before you were, Ben.
Oh, mate. I was never on first, though, was I? I was below the ranks of a young Martin Reeder.
You were there in spirit.
I was always there. I mean, I definitely had spirit, I feel like, when I was coaching you guys. You definitely brought the biggest spirit out of me. That's a big power swing there from Cam Zaya. That's what she's capable of. Really good support as well from Ruby Van Loo. Nice little dime of a set, creating the angles. Anything tight. Matisse Conlon, Beck Ingram, they're not the biggest blockers on the tour, on the scene. And Cam Zaya, really athletic, really capable of getting high, good footwork to the ball, ace serve down the middle. She's doing it all right now. They've got a healthy 7-2 lead to kick off set number 1 for the women's bronze. So this is, like I said, match 2 of 4, apologies, throughout Super Sunday. Men's gold medal match up next. Women's gold medal match to close out the day. Oh, working all the angles around.
That's very impressive serving. You see, Matisse and Beck decided to change up their passing line, give a different picture to the server, but absolutely nails it on the line there. So at the moment, I'm seeing really good serving, and Matisse and Beck struggling to get up to the net, and it's just taking away those angles, and with a big block as well, it's being a bit difficult for them.
This is where we have seen a bit of a breakdown now from Matisse. So one of the young guns coming through the ranks. Her first Super Sunday, her first opportunity at a national tour medal. Your age.
Yeah.
And Cam Zaya's just come out and she's just controlling this game from every position. On her serve, offensively she's starting to work angles, and when the scoreboard pressure starts to tick over, you'll see errors like that. Just trying to drop it fine, trying to place it in. Matisse Conlon just making an error. So a timeout has been called. We check out some of the replays of the points so far out there on the live stream, and we said it has been all Cameron Zaya who's decided to take it to another gear, another level already. Plenty of ace serves to her name already. I think it's 3 or 4 that she's ticked over. A couple down the middle, couple working the angles. Really, really good skills. She's a youth Commonwealth Games athlete. She took a silver medal with a Jazz Rayner a couple of years ago. So
Not
she's
a bad
already...
result.
That's a great result for the youth Commonwealth Games. And there's conversations about what Cameron Zaya will do next. Another tag, a serve.
Everything's going their way.
Oh my gosh. Wasn't a great deal of pace in that serve either. She just dropped it short, worked the angle. Yeah, the change-up's good.
Shows her experience, even being a young gun herself. Spent a lot of time on the national and international scene. She knows there's no point in making an error when you can just hammer ace after ace, and another one there, tagging this time the right sideline.
What do you do as a blocking player or a blocking partner when you've got your partner back at the baseline doing this?
What do I do personally? Often zone out and then lose the next one. But
oh, that's right. I'm supposed to be playing volleyball.
No, just supporting, getting in that positive mindset the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, really good point there as well, Matisse Conlon. All they have to do is obviously get that pass, get themselves back in it. And yes, they drew the error. They're back on the board. Switch of ends. 11-3 is the scoreboard, or 3-11.
I think now's the time where it's super important just for that mental reset and to think to yourself, all right, we've had a really, really good service run, but that doesn't mean we're out of the game. Let's build back into our side out and let's start again, because we haven't really seen what Matisse Conlon and Beck Ingram can do on side out yet.
Absolutely. No, that's spot on. You know, they're going to have plenty of opportunities as well over the next set and a half of volleyball as it continues to unfold. A couple of defensive plays. Defensive plays are real momentum changes in the sport of beach volleyball. It's one thing to be able to serve well, but as soon as you get a defensive pickup, you're like, cool, momentum shift, we're on. Good touch here, placement there. And you start getting the other team thinking about, okay, we're on the back foot, what else can I do? They start to overplay, they draw errors. So it'll be interesting, like you say, to see. And Beck Ingram, she's making the right move. Can't quite get that touch and control.
As they say, you start with a touch, and the next one's a dig, the next one's a point. So you just got to keep chasing.
Who taught you that?
Could have been you, maybe.
Mate, there's many coaches who could have told you that. I was kind of fishing just then, but no, you're spot on. And this is what we encourage for all the junior volleyballs coming through. You make that move, you have the intentful action going for your plays. Big pick up here, Cam Zaya. Wide set, angles. No, none home. Oh, and Beck can't convert. Oh, look, rightfully so. I think the point has gone the right way. A little bit out of system there from Cam Zaya and Ruby Vanley pushing that set wide. A good pick up from Beck. Beck should have probably put that one down. So it's a 10-point lead now, 14-4.
That's scoreboard pressure, and that's the size at the net, and that's being behind the game. You think, as you said, you have to overplay. You think you have to make these amazing shots, but it's about just getting that momentum back slowly. But Cam Zaya from the service line,
so
unstoppable.
This is an interesting point of conversation. I've had my time on the beach as a player, as a coach, now an MC, commentator, etc. But I mentioned in the previous stream for the men's bronze medal that big stuff like as Ruby Vanloo gets in on the action. That'll feel good for her. She's not that she hasn't contributed in this set, but
and now she's in the game as well. And
exactly.
And that's what you want as Cameron Zaya, your partner. When there's an opportunity for a block, she takes it.
Yeah, and she's grabbed it.
Yep.
How good. And sorry, back to sort of the point of conversation. Just thinking about, the beach volleyball discipline, the format. It's a game of chess. There's each and every set, each and every opportunity, there's things that are working, that aren't working, and then tactically as a team, you're thinking about, okay, well, what's the approach for the rest of the set? After the scoreboard resets, after set number one, what's your mental approach? What do you go to? The tactics change, and you're doing what you can point by point and set by set at that point as well to figure out how you keep yourself in the game. And I think the question is now for Beck and Matisse, the number 15 seeds, with the scoreboard as it is, of course you work hard and you try and find a groove now. But is it a simple, all right, wipe the slate clean, tick the box here, reset, set number two, because it is a best of three set format? I guess, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, whenever someone is just playing out of their skin, serving you off the court, I think it's super important not to completely wipe the slate clean. When you go into that second set and it's 0-0, you still have a lot of information from that first set. You still got to take what you've learnt, what you're seeing on the serve, and come up with a strategy based around that. You don't want to just, all right, let's start again afresh. I think every point gives the players information about how the other team is playing, and that they can use that.
I love that.
I really like that play. I really like that. We've been seeing them play.
Talk us through it.
Yeah, so we've been seeing Matisse and Beck play from the middle a lot because of that strong serve, but their insistent pass, and they were able to move the block outside, open up that line shot, and so I'd love to see a lot more of that movement at the net. But so just a point like that's good information for them to take and build that strategy for the next set. But I think what you said was key. If you can't just go into the next set with nothing. You need to be there, like, with this new strategy in a positive mindset. Like, when those points are available, you have to be ready to take them.
I love the word information. It's a really, really good word in terms of trying to understand as much as you can about the game and what you're seeing from the opponents, what you're seeing even from your partner on your side of the net as well, what's working for them, their eps, their flows, their tactics as they ride, obviously, the wave of a set one, set two, game of volleyball, etc.
And it's all about being present in the moment then, because if you're thinking about the last point, if you're thinking about the next set even, you miss those little things.
Spot on.
So
absolutely spot on. Right now, though, all Cameron Zayo, Ruby Van Loo, they lead 19-6. In control. And again, service pressure. This time, Cameron Zayo lining up from the corner. Does she go the long angle? Oh, she turns it inside out. Flicks it down that line.
I think Cam Zayo has made about every ace that you can make in beach volleyball. Down the middle, short one, tagging the line, turns it back line from the corner, and then just off the body.
She's she's tagged the opposite sideline as well. Again, different positioning for set point number one here. Van Loo, Zayo, short serve. Yep. Oh, Van Loo getting greedy, touching that net.
But again, another nice point though, where they're moving the blocker outside, able to open up that line. So maybe that's something that we'll see more of in set number two.
And with a smaller blocker as well, it's not a bad thing to move that ball around wider, faster, change those tactics. But set point opportunity number two. Van Loo will muscle that one through. They'll get it done. First set in the bag, Ruby Van Loo. Georgie's her younger sister. Ruby Van Loo, Cam Zayo. They'll take set number one in convincing fashion, 21-7. Off the back of some fantastic Cam Zayo serving. Set number two, not too far away. Of course, all of our viewers around the country and the world, again, thank you for joining us. If you are just tuning in, this is the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour. So we check out some of the highlights from set number one. It was all the Cameron Zayo service show. Very much so. Looking forward to set number two coming our way. Australian Beach Volleyball Tour here in Canberra, Australia's capital. We thank all of our sponsors and supporters in Hancock Prospecting, Mahindra, Bolay, Rogue Gun Photography, of course, Mikasa, the AIS. We can't get all these events happening in the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour without their fantastic support, including Australia's own Scape Student Living and Accommodation. Second action coming your way. Sammy, your insights have been fantastic, mate. I love your volleyball brain. Always have for the years that we've worked together in a school space, a state team space, a national junior development space, and now you're in a commentary space, mate. You haven't said your safety word yet.
No, I'm feeling good.
Feeling good, looking better.
Great dig there on the cut shot. Able to keep the ball alive. And again, that's what we like to see, though.
Big hustle for point number one.
That's what we said. Those little touches starting to turn into blocks. Not blocks, digs.
Yep, 100%. And that'll be a positive start. You know,
exactly.
For mindset, mentally, that's a positive start. Plenty of touches early. And Ruby goes with a flow, drops it short, and Conlon muscles it and almost takes Ruby out altogether. Confident swing there from young Matisse Conlon.
Looks like had a bit of a reset on that side.
Exactly what we're talking about.
Super solid passing, holding her platform. Looking confident, looking like she wants to be there. And that's what you want to see.
The old story or strategy of fake it till you make it, right, Sammy?
Yeah.
Yep. Smile and wave. Smile and wave. That's a smart play as well. Tight set. Couldn't quite get the feet to the ball to elevate and detonate, but
Using that block.
Using the block
moving it
well.
outside.
Just pushing it off, out over the sideline. The dangerous Kamzaya back to serve. This time handled well from Beck Ingram, who will crunch it again. Fired up. Other number 15 seeds on the far side of this net.
That was a great swing. And again, so now we're seeing establishing that hard swing, keeping the defender in that cross, in the pocket, and then hopefully later in the set that allows them to open up their shots, which is their strength. But we're definitely seeing powerful hitting from both sides. As Kamzaya puts that one out, puts one just out the sideline. And that's what a big hit can do. Like, that's a momentum changer. And all of a sudden we're seeing just a couple of errors.
What's noticeable, the information that you were talking about earlier, what's noticeable already is even the first rally just showed that, you know, Conlon and Ingram are dialed in. They've got defensive touches. That's why, even you could argue then, that's why the error was drawn. Again, a good defensive touch.
Puts it high, gives herself time.
Nice little reset here, positioning-wise.
And another error from Cameron Zale.
Defensive pressure.
That's it right there. And we're seeing, I think we could have quite a good set here if you're able to hold this pressure. And that's like, volleyball is a mental game. And I think very impressive mental reset from Ingram and Conlon. But another great swing from Ruby Vanloo. Fighting back.
Yeah, good. I love the mental reset conversation because we spoke about a tail end of set number one where it was all Kamzaya, Ruby Vanloo, Matisse Conlon, and Beck Ingram. They've come back out. They've got some great defensive touches, some really good intent behind each and every one of their moves. And you're right, they're dialed in. They're wanting to. There's a bit more presence about them on the court. And already you can see the scoreboard. And even just little errors from time to time from Ruby and Cam in the sense of, you know, technical errors or tactical positioning and bits and pieces like that are kind of just going to the wayside. There's a rare error there. Ruby, quite vocal on that point. So, you know, she's starting to fire up, starting to feel, you know, a little bit more connected now. And it's always that first one or two ends, I think, of beach volleyball, where you get your groove and your rhythm and a gauge of what the opponents are doing. Because it becomes a little bit dangerous if you're trying to change your game beyond that.
No, that's the thing. You got to play to your strengths in beach volleyball. And beach volleyball, I like to think it's about which team can force the other team to play their style. And I think first set, all about hard, powerful serving, big at the net. Second set, it's a little bit more of an arm wrestle here. Was an error on the point before, but then comes back. Great set, change up in the middle. And again, another hard hit that could not be controlled by the defender.
Yeah, plenty of ball movement, which is great. Down the middle here as well. Beck Ingram with a really good read. Conlon somehow keeps it alive. On two, crunched. It's a way more aggressive approach here from Ruby Vanloo in set number two. She's starting to fire up. Whether she was just happy going with the flow and obviously riding the Kamzaya wave in set number one, but she's putting a bit of a staple on set number two. Good read there. Beck Ingram now taking the seam.
Just wide.
Yeah, can't convert.
But already better movement in the passing.
Yep.
Kamzaya was able to own the middle of the court in the first set, but much clearer communication around what the plan is for that serve.
Big serve again this time. No block, tape tickling swing.
That's smart.
Oh, yeah, definitely smart.
That's one
completely
of my favorite
intentional
plays, actually.
Mate, if you can train yourself to do that on a regular basis and like tickle the ball over net for every point, you're going to win the World Championships in Adelaide later this year.
Look, I think it's something that should be investigated further.
What is the regulation tension of a volleyball net, Sam?
I would have no idea. Bit of a limbo.
I actually don't know if there's a measurement on that or not, but yeah, we'll throw it out there to the viewers as well. If you've got the knowledge of a volleyball net and its regulation tension, drop a comment, drop a line. No, so we've changed events here. I think Ruby was the one making the Matrix-like dodge just then to avoid the pressure serve. So 8-6, the 2-point break. One of the first 2-point buffers created here in set number 2. Still the way of the number 5 seeds. Oh.
Great cover from Beck Ingram. The reaction set called.
I thought that was a pretty tight call.
I thought it was a great play.
Maybe a little bit slow, a little bit sticky if we're talking volleyball technically, but I don't know if it was a double. But anyway, the call's been made. Really good rally, great skills on display.
And then a great side out. And that shows again that they're locked in. They're not worrying about the calls. Go back to the process. Go back to what you're good at. Get it up to the net. Go around, chop around the block on 2.
You've just got to, don't you? Plenty of opportunities in our sport. See Van Loo with an opportunity to side out. Does just that. So cool, calm, collected.
Here's the call from Cameron. And pops it over the block. Open court.
All right, pick a location. You know Cam Zaya can hit everywhere. Pick a location.
Well, she's serving from the corner here, so I'm going to go back to the line.
Okay, yeah. Somewhat to the line. Serves at Matisse Conlon, handles it well.
Sneaks it through the block there.
Maybe there is a skill that we have yet to untap, but clearly Matisse Conlon has. So tickles the tape and falls across again, just inside Beck Ingram's defense. Good positioning initially, but not much you can do when the net plays a factor. Short on Van Loo. Delicate from Zaya. You can see the girls just trying to save a little bit of energy. It is hot. I reckon that temperature has definitely changed over the past hour where the clouds have cleared. The sun is beaming on down here in Canberra as we go to the radar, and it's gone up a full degree. It's 25.
Feels like 35.
I was going to say the bit of heat down the line. Matisse Conlon, the ball out of here.
And talk to me about serving, because we've seen Cam Zaya control the entire first set with her serve. Ruby Van Loo as well, putting pressure on the serve. What can Matisse Conlon and Beck Ingram do to put the same pressure back on the pair that won the first set?
So you're talking about what they can do with their service pressure?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. When they go back, I think there's a lot of sort of consistency in purely positioning. We'll just turn our attention to this mega rally right now. The overset put away from Cam Zaya. Just had to keep herself balanced. Interesting defensive plays from both sides, and technical timeout brings up 12-9. It's still the number 5 seeds with that healthy 3-point lead. Serving tactically, I don't think there is ever a right or a wrong way of going about your serve. First and foremost, you want to make your opponents play. I think that's the important part. The more rhythm you have from your service routine into your serve, the more you can start to play with your positioning, with your ball speed across the net, the depth in which you serve as well. So you look at a player, and I think we spoke about it earlier, right? The tactics that you go, okay, this is what we've seen from the opponents in the past, and this is the way we're going to initially approach it. The next question is, if that's not working, what's your follow-up? Who are we playing? Do you look at the physicality? If it's a big, tall guy who likes to start deep in the court, or girl for that matter, do you drop it short and make them come from right down low? Don't get the opportunity to transition back to be able to get up as high as they can and make a play. Do you simply move it side to side in the corner, just get them the pass and they're inside, they're outside, short, deep? Do you stay aggressive like Cam Zaya is? And Matisse Conlon for that matter as well. There's so many different things to consider. But you've got to have your A, B, C plans.
Exactly.
When you go back. And again, the other things you got to consider is conditions. If you're on a beach, if it's windy, blowing across the court, up and down the court, where's the sun? All these things. So you got to think about all those different elements. And all you're doing is going to hit the ball and hopefully put it in the court. You're trying to manipulate the game. Game of chess, as I mentioned.
So we had a break point there for Conlon and Ingram with the error from Van Loo out the baseline. Brings it back to 1 break point. And a great serve down the line there. Block touch.
Oh. Jeez, the two big guns go at it at the net. Cam Zaya will get the advantage, just pushing it back on top of the Ingram right hand. The one-on-one competition at the top of the net. Vanloo back to serve, 13-11, midway through set number 2. Advantage, obviously, to Vanloo and Zaya. The number 5 seeds looking good, forcing their way into a Super Sunday and into a bronze medal match. Another breaking points, 3-point buffer now. Dangerous times here. Both teams, I don't recall them using their timeouts yet.
No, not yet, but that's the type of set it's been. I don't think we've had too many runs. This may be the biggest lead of the set so far.
Great pass. Will just throw it back. Not twice, though. It's sent wide. I think we might see a timeout in the next point. If they can slide out here, they can move on to the next point. We will see a timeout, as we said. You just feel the body language of the players out there. We saw on the screen, just the conversation being had, hesitation on their setup and their structures. And when you get to that sort of point, it is important to acknowledge that. And it is not a sign of weakness by taking a timeout by any means at all.
The timeout's there for a reason.
100%.
It's simple. A tool. It's a strategy.
Yeah, it could be a physical reset, a mental reset. Could be a hydration. Who knows?
Could simply be to break momentum.
Yeah, definitely. So 15-11 scoreboard. Momentum needs to be broken. If they want this, if they want their hands on a bronze medal, Beck Ingram and Matisse Conlon have a little bit of work to go, but they're back out there first. Positive body language as they come out as well.
I think we saw that the set from the middle to the pin was working quite well, opening up the court. And I like the change from Ruby Vanloo serving line to line here. Keeps the play in that left side of the court and allows Kamze to set up her block a lot earlier. There again, but great pass from Matisse. Again, pushing it back to the middle, opening up the court. So there's all these little games within the game of seeing, finding that little advantage.
Absolutely. I like the pass as well. You mentioned the pass earlier where it's a tough set. Opportunity right now, though. Beck Ingram. Kept alive. Definitely thinking about a swing there. Plays it safe. Change of tempo. Conlon. I love that.
The finesse.
Oh, holds the shot. Brings the hand up. Doesn't show much. Then cuts it after the defensive move, who decided to take off early. Back to within 2 points. Really good timeout taken. Really good timeout taken.
Goes into ends 15-13.
Bit of a breeze coming across the court now. Almost a north to south. Actually, you know what? That is a east to west.
I was going to say, don't know where your compass is, but...
Oh, mate, my compass is all over the place.
Big swing from Cameron Zaya across the court, just inside the baseline. Re-establishing that dominance on the net. So we'll see if Conlon and Ingram can sustain their side up, or if the scoreboard pressure is starting to come into the end of the set. A little bit of nerves. We'll see what happens if they can sustain or start to make errors like that one.
A little bit of commentator's curses then, Sam was.
Possibly. Could be the first one.
It was. Pineapple. No, but you're right. It had to be sustained then. It had to be held because your side out is probably the one part of the game that you have the most amount of control over. Of course, you've got to deal with the service pressure. Vanloo getting in on the action, throwing that one back down. 5-point buffer at 18-13. Side out's the one thing you've got the most control over, external of the serve and what they're doing, but you can really dictate your play from there. And if you can side out more often than not, or even 90% of the time.
Magic number's 80%.
There you go.
Been told by Kerry Potthurst. If you can side out at 80% for the whole tournament,
a great lady,
you can win the tournament.
Everyone knows who Kerry Potthurst is, right? She's done some things in her time.
2000 gold medalist, not to
brag.
Not too bad.
Yeah,
not too bad from her.
Yeah, and you are good friends with her as well. You just name drop like that.
Yeah, no, yeah, I am.
Yeah. 14-19. Are we seeing future Olympians in front of us now? Oh, Beck Ingram.
Huge block. Diving into the cross.
My goodness. 15, 19.
Some energy play, Ben.
Yeah, big energy play. A bit of energy as well from the courtside MC as well. Tom Clements. Getting a bit vocal over there.
See the
Oh, how's the score? My gosh. Ruby Vanloo finds a snap aggressively. Conlon with a great pickup. Here we go. Confident defensive pickup. Big defensive play.
They had a plan. They had a plan and they execute.
Matisse Conlon as well, quite vocal, so she's up and about. Timeout called here from the number 5 seeds. Ruby Vanloo, Georgian, Cameron Zaya. Still leading by 3. Or is that 2 points there? Just the 2 points in it. This is a really impressive comeback. Down by 5, now only down by 2. Good service pressure. Fantastic defensive presence. Just no answers right now for Ruby Vanloo and Cam Zaya, who they obviously took the first set. Opportunity now to close out set number 2, take the bronze. It's within reach here at the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour, round number 2 in Canberra. Of course, we do appreciate all of our viewers tuning in, checking out the replays and the highlights so far. Big block there from Beck Ingram. Momentum shifter scoop here. This is that line shot from Matisse Conlon, who's back to serve now. Inside here from Vanloo, dropping it short. Conlon is absolutely everywhere. So too Cam Zaya, getting up and putting the hands around that ball. You shall not pass. Change of ends, 19-16. Side out required. Big side out here.
This could be... Don't want to throw in another commentator's curse here, Ben, so maybe I won't say anything, but this is a big point.
Vanloo goes back down the line on the young Matisse Conlon. Draws the pressure, acknowledging the scoreboard situation, bringing up set, match, bronze medal point here for Ruby Vanloo and Cam Zaya. Oh, into the net. Now everyone will have their own judgments as well. What happens if you serve into the net or make an error on match point? At a junior level, it's doing the washing. At a senior level, it's a round of the bar.
No comment on that one.
Bronze medal point number 2 here. Ruby Vanloo, Cameron Zaya. Oh, scooped up nicely from Beck Ingram. Wants it again. Gets it again. Here comes Beck Ingram. Down the middle, just goes long. So the bronze medal will go the way of the number 5 seeds. Ruby Vanloo, Cameron Zaya, we congratulate them. Hard-fought second set, really big momentum shift and pressure from Matisse Conlon and Beck Ingram, who wrap things up with a top 4 finish here at the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour, leg number 2. We congratulate them on their fantastic efforts. But it is the women's bronze medalists we congratulate from South Australia. Ruby Vanloo, Cameron Zaya. Very, very happy result for the young girls from South Australia. They put themselves on the podium here in Canberra, which means we've just got the 2 matches to go. It will be the gold medal matches, which we will kick off at 2 p.m. will be the men's gold medal match. We'll see the number 1 seeds and Paris Olympians Mark Nicolaides, Isaac Carraher. They will take on Jack Pearce and D'Artagnan Potts, the reigning champions of Asia. An incredible gold medal match coming up as we check out the replays here of the women's bronze medal match. Really hotly contested competition, Sam, especially in that second set. We spoke about the reset. It was enforced. It was engaged from the young ones of Matisse Conlon and Beck Ingram. They came out firing and they had some really good momentum and really good opportunities, but I think composure-wise, Ruby and Cameron they held it together quite well.
Yeah, definitely. I think the experience in those big games maybe could have been the difference in that first set, just feeling settled in this environment. But they controlled that game from the very first point.
Yep, and I couldn't agree more in the sense of experience or exposure at this level as well. Matisse Conlon slowly making her way into the senior scene. She's been around the junior beach volleyball tour as well for a while. Beck Ingram as well. She's a fantastic partner. She always does well with so many different partners that she plays with in and around not only state tours but the national beach volleyball tours as well. And case in point right there, Super Sunday, top 4 finish on the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour League number 2.
They'll be stoked with that. That's a huge result for them.
Absolutely. And it's only the start of things for Matisse Conlon. So exciting to see her ticking the boxes early in her volleyball career. But ladies and gentlemen, like we mentioned, we are done and dusted here for the women's and the men's bronze medal matches. Gold medal matches coming your way. Things kick off first serve at 2 p.m. for the men's gold medal match. Closely followed, women's gold medal match 3 p.m. where we will wrap things up for the day and for the event here in Canberra. Again, we appreciate your company and tuning in to the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour live stream on the Ausvolley YouTube page. Sam Garvin, thank you very much, sir. My name is Ben Abbott. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Men's gold medal match, number 1 seeds and Paris Olympians Mark Nicolaides, Isaac Carraher. Champions of Asia, Jack Pearce, D'Artagnan Potts, 2 p.m. first serve. We'll see you then.
That was a great swing. And again, so now...
Dangerous Cam Zaya back to serve. This time handled well from Beck Ingram, who will crunch it again. Conlon and Ingram are dialed in. They've got defensive touches. That's why, even you could argue then, that's why the error was drawn.
And another error from Cameron Zale.
Defensive right down the middle here as well. Beck Ingram with a really good read. Conlon somehow keeps it alive. On 2, crunched. Okay, yeah. Somewhat to the line. Serves at Matisse Conlon, hands it well. 25.
Feels like 35.
I was going to say the bit of heat down the line.
Same pressure back on the pair that won the first set.
So you're talking about what they can do with their service pressure?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's a tough set. Opportunity right now, though. Beck Ingram. Kept alive. Definitely thinking about a swing there. Plays it safe. Change of tempo. Conlon. Are we seeing future Olympians in front of us now? Oh, Beck. How's the score? My gosh. Ruby Vanloo finds a snap aggressively. Conlon with a great pickup. Here we go. Scooped up nicely from Beck Ingram. Wants it again. Gets it again. Here comes Beck Ingram. Down the middle. Scooped up nicely from Beck Ingram. Wants it again. Gets it again. Here comes Beck Ingram. Down the middle, just goes long. So the bronze medal will go the way of the number 5 seeds. Ruby Vanloo, Cameron Zaya, we congratulate them. Hard fought second set, really big. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome. We thank you so much for joining us here for the second leg of the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour here in Canberra. Very, very excited to see you guys on the live stream tuning in. If you have already, welcome back. If you are joining us for the first time, just in time for the gold medal matches this afternoon, we kick things off with the men's gold medal match. A big, big match and a big, big showdown, which we'll get into very, very shortly. First of all, my name is Ben Abbott. Calling the next couple of matches with me is a young linguist himself in Lewis Jupp. Good afternoon, sir.
Oh, great to be here. Thanks for having me in here.
Absolutely, mate. We've rotated the commentary roster just for a bit of extra flavour every single match, and you've got the privilege, you've gotten the call-up for the men's gold medal match.
I was lucky, yeah. I was relaxing at home, got the phone call, had to be over here quick smart.
Lucky
got to take those opportunities.
Walking distance. Wasn't like you were a couple of kilometres or 10 Ks away and it's like, oh, no worries, I'll be there in a second. But no, mate, thank you so much for joining us. This is going to be an epic, epic match. We've got the number 1 and 2 seeds going head-to-head. They've had a history. They obviously train together full-time down at the Institute in Adelaide there. They're all the Volleyball, so our top-tier program. And you've got the heavyweights of these programs as well. And the guys in the purple who are just walking off the courts now, they're the reigning champions of Asia. We'll introduce those guys as they come out to the court soon. And then we've got the Paris Olympians on the other side of the net. They made their debut Olympics in Paris just last year under the Eiffel Tower. So a phenomenal experience for those two young lads as we see the lead-in. So one half of the draw, you got Potts and Pearce. That's one half of this men's gold medal match. Caraherd Nicolaides on the other half. But all these teams going through just about clean wins. There's a quarterfinal where they dropped a set in Potts and Pearce. They dropped to Robbie Reeves and Matabella. Giving them a couple of shout-outs so far on the stream. Those guys are always just ever lurking and asking the question every team that they approach. And they come across the other side of the net. You've had a few run-ins with the Robbie Reeves and the Matabella, haven't you?
Oh, absolutely. No, they are always a great team to play against. Always bring a great atmosphere to whatever event they show up to. Doesn't really matter whether or not they're playing on the sideline or even sometimes on the referee stand. They always provide a fantastic environment for everyone watching and on court.
Yeah, Robbie Reeves specifically has got a bit of a presence.
Always. I think his recent video release of his mic'd up time definitely traversed around the internet a little bit.
Very, very entertaining. They were mic'd up in Glenelg for the first leg of the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour, and it was awesome to have them back kicking around as well. Spending a lot of time on the Gold Coast now, so we'll see plenty of them in the next couple of rounds. But we're going to bring on the athletes very, very soon as we see images on your screen of our gold medal participants. But first of all, our officials on the court. Kevin Ewan's our first referee, Victorian-based, and he's up on the stand at the helm. And Dan Goodwin, also Victorian-based, he's our second referee on the stand. We're going to bring out the number 2 seeds, first and foremost, the young guns, the reigning champions of Asia, Juppy. These guys, young guns, superstars, ever on the rise in Jack Pearce and D'Artagnan Potts. So I cannot wait to see these guys play. They are so exciting to watch. And they take on the number 1 seeds, Mark Nicolaides, Isaac Caraherd, Paris Olympians. Absolute legends of humans coming out into the court.
Great to see them back on home turf a little bit as well. I know
Absolutely.
They've had so much of the international experience recently, so it's always great to see them bring that back to these, the home sand and get to see what they've learned, what they've picked up. You see a lot of those tips and tricks they picked up against those bigger teams, get a chance to see them, and obviously on the other side of the court, the just monsters of athleticism in Darty and Jack, just phenomenal athletes, the way they fly through the air.
100%. You'll see the speed of the big guys as well over the next, obviously, couple of sets of volleyball. First, best of 3 sets, first to 2 sets. They'll play to 21 points for the first 2 sets for our newcomers and new listeners. And then we'll play to 15 points in a 3rd set if we require it. That's the deciding set. Claim and crown our champions off the back of the next 30 to 45 minutes of play as we get things underway. First ball was into the net, off serve. Second ball siding out is a Jack Pearce. We've mentioned it earlier on. There was the men's bronze medal match of Justin Schumann and Garangan Yang taking on a very physical Paul Bennett and Luke Ryan. And there's a little bit of a similar physicality contest and match up here between these four amazing athletes. As we see a flipper there from Darty. Mark has a look. He's got Jack Pearce's number. Cheeky little stare down as well. Call him the smiling assassin, young Mark Nicolaides. He's ever lurking around the backcourts, and he loves to have a bit of a play and a bit of banter, simply by that cheeky little grin that he's got. As Carraher now steps into the space and throws that one back down.
Really, really incredible there. Like, just again, there's always, you talk about, you have those blockers on tour that are just big at the net, but the way they penetrate over, making sure to really take space away from those attackers, and it's one thing Isaac does really, really well.
His timing is always very, very good. He got a healthy touch there as well, but obviously the height of the contact there from Jack Pearce, just adjusting things as well. And Nicolaides, again, ever present, had to work hard outside of the 8x8 on his side of the court.
Absolutely, and it's always another one thing you notice, like when you have those players that can jump really high, like they're attacking the top of the block, like it's not they're trying to take on necessarily down those really sharp angles. They're really going toe-to-toe with the max reach of both players, so always a great thing to see.
Big ace serve down the middle of the court. So Jack Pearce, his new nickname is, I heard around the grounds at the training courts, Teppanyaki.
Teppanyaki,
apparently.
yeah.
So we've just kind of like recreated that a little bit in a bit of a chef type of nickname, and he works with the Lego man, Darty Potts. And there's a bit of context behind that nickname as well. As we keep a focus back on the game, Nicolaides sneaks it on through. JP with a nice pickup, but Darty can't convert. Potentially getting a touch on that block on the way through. Couldn't really see or tell. Obviously the speed of the game is next level with these four athletes on court. I just clipped the net on the way through and having to make a play, and the decision was made to try and make a play on two, just couldn't convert. So advantage on the first end switch, Nicolaides Carraher up by one. Good float to the perimeter. Nicolaides just absolutely wizardry in the backcourt. The rally continues though.
Unbelievable dig there, full stretch, one arm, hooking it back and keeping it in play. We saw him do this a lot of the time in the Olympics too.
Yeah, just against the grain as well in his movement. He's fallen away to his right, and just to throw a left hand out, keep that ball alive. We might see a cheeky replay in the highlights at the technical timeout or something as well, but that's pretty outrageous play early on.
Can definitely be one of those things that, you know, can dishearten attackers sometimes. You get that big rip, you swing really well, and then it just gets scooped, and you're just sitting at yourself going, how's he pulled that off?
Nicolaides is renowned for that stuff. He just throws an arm out there, and his touch is just impeccable. And these guys right now, the Paris Olympians, just in control, and they've already built a healthy lead. They push the pressure on and draw on this early timeout. So it's 7-3, timeout call by the number 2 seed, Jack Pearce, D'Artagnan Potts. Be interesting to see how they kind of reset and refocus. This is a rematch of the Asian Championships last year in the Philippines. And the winners of that, obviously the reigning champs, like we said, Jack Pearce, D'Artagnan Potts. That was an incredible match as well between these two teams. And they're so familiar with each other's games as well, Juppy, knowing that they train with each other day in, day out. Yeah. It is a day-by-day sort of contest, and there's no real head games between the two. It's just up to consistency and who's feeling it, who's on, and what's working. And I guess the question I ask you, Juppy, is you're on the court and you're doing your thing at this level. How do you know you're on?
That's a very good question. I think sometimes it's one of those ones where you're almost not thinking about it as much. You're able to find that flow, you find that rhythm with your partner, and you start finding that side-out percentage. And as you're coming in, get strong, you start... For me personally, I found like you can sometimes experiment a little bit more. Like you feel like you have that trust with your partner. You know where each other are. So if I think I can grab something on block, I might reach a little bit more towards a spot, try and get a stuff early. But yeah, usually when you find that rhythm, it's a lot of fun on court because you get that chance to get that rhythm and just be able to play with each other. And you just almost don't even need to communicate as much because you just know where each other are. You really have that vibe on court.
I love it. The flow state, as some people might call it.
Absolutely. Have you noticed the boys in purple here coming out really aggressive at the start? So a lot of really big swings, really trying to not really back out of that mentality, which has obviously led to a few blocks, as we've just seen, and a few hits out. But again, that's one of those things that once that rhythm starts to click and they start finding those spots, they're going to be really hard to deal with.
100%. Yeah, it's just another level of confidence here. Like Mark Nicolaides and Isaac Harrow haven't made any sort of errors yet. They're continuing to pepper Jack Pearce right now. And then we've got touches on the block on the way through. Isaac getting a little greedy, chasing that ball out late, but a much-needed side out and point on the board here for JP and Darty Potts. I'll just confirm the service sort of there. Obviously rotating every point on serve. Darty Potts, he's got a weapon of a jump serve. Just a nice controlled one here. Net violation called, unfortunately, just before the end of play. Just following through, obviously, to try and get that ball alive. JP made a really good dig, but to no avail. Obviously, a net foul call. We'll just see it here on the replay. Just follows through right at the end. Just a clip of the hip on that bottom tape there. So, Caraho back to serve. Score check at 10-4. Again, targeting young Jack Pearce. That is absolutely outrageous. Isaac Caraho off the palm to the floor. That is next level blocking technique here from the Paris Olympian. Had to contain your reaction and excitement there, Juppy, didn't you?
Oh, absolutely. I'm trying not to yell into the microphone.
It's one of the difficulties as a volleyball fan, jumping behind a commentary mic and trying to contain the internal urges of celebrating an awesome volleyball play.
Oh, absolutely. And just like the height as I said, the height these boys can get and the power they hit with always leads to, when there's stuff blocks, they're always usually quite impressive. So seeing the speed at which they make those decisions and...
Yeah, well, case in point with the Isaac Caraho block. I don't think that one quite went over the net there for D'Artagnan to claim a block point. They'll claim the error, though, and obviously claim point number 6. All in...
If you cheer loud enough, it's your point, right?
If you cheer loud enough, absolutely. It's all about your sales skills at a certain point.
Notice the conditions are actually quite calm here today as well, so we're not getting too much wind. There's a very subtle breeze coming through every now and then, but it doesn't seem to be too much to impact the ball. Yeah,
we've had ebbs and flows. The temperature kind of has been sitting around that 24-degree mark. When the sun comes out, though, I think the UV really elevates in Canberra. You sort of mentioned earlier, you're a new local. Of sorts.
Absolutely, and it's almost like that dry heat, so you don't really get like the humidity you might get up in Queensland or like that sea breeze because it's lacking that ocean feel, but it does have that just dry heat, so sometimes it is unsuspectingly tiring playing in that sort of condition.
Correct, and it is a conversation as well of obviously not being on a beach and being in an inland beach facility. So it just holds that heat that little bit more, you'd say. Jump set, skills on full display here from the Paris Olympians. It's the stuff that these boys have been working on back at the training grounds.
Absolutely a skill they've definitely added consistently to their arsenal, and it's it's becoming more and more common, obviously, with the Swedes making it a big thing for them as well. Just almost every play they can do, bringing that out, so getting a chance to see more boys pull that. And obviously we see now a timeout called.
Or technical timeout, you would say. So this is that mid-set break that we were talking about earlier. For those who are joining us on the live stream, they are halfway through first set and second set. They go to the benches. They'll reset for a little bit. There's that big block there from Isaac Caraho. You can see it's just all the right palm. Again, time to perfection. The jump set skills into play. Holds. D'Artagnan Potts in position. Open net for Nicolaides. Just turning and burning down that line. And these boys on screen. Number 1 seeds for a reason. Olympians for a reason. And just getting things underway for them. They're still young. 24 years of age.
So if you are the boys in purple now, what are you thinking? Ben, if you're coming out now onto this court, you've got that 7-point gap, set 1, gold medal match. What do you think's going through your head?
So I think the aggression is good. The errors coming from it is obviously bad. So if I was to go back and reset, I think it's still backing yourself in and backing your plays in. It just might be the case of, maybe you take on that defender a bit more rather than trying to take on the block, trying to take on the open court. It's, let's see how good the defensive touch is, because obviously Isaac Arrowhead is getting some really good blocking positioning, timing, got a good couple of blocks already. So, doing well to avoid him. But I think the simple answer, if I was to really sort of rein it back in, is just make the boys play. How many times have Mark and Isaac actually had to earn a point defensively? And how many times have Jack and D'Artagnan just made an error and given the point away? Yes, of course, the aggressive style and standard is the way Australians play, but gets to a point where you've got to start asking them, hey, if you want to beat us in your side out, beat us in your transition. So, I think, to be honest, put some good shots in, move them around, add a little bit of fatigue into it, and get them to shoot and get points on the board.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a bit more of that like controlled aggression, so understanding like where maybe adjusting, like you said, like keeping that aggressive mindset, but then adjusting how we actually want to use it, or maybe in what situation. But again, we see that was almost the fake out of the jump set. We see the blocker leave early, and Nicolaides come as you like, just placing that back corner beautifully.
Mark and Isaac, you mentioned it earlier, just in a flow state. Like everything's working for him. They have made minimal errors, so they have made those really strong tactical plays just to put the pressure on the young guys who, when they're at their best, Juppy, you know just how good these guys are. They can match it with the best in the world.
Oh, unbelievable.
But they're young, their experience and exposure is not quite there yet. It's absolutely getting there. They're going to have a massive, massive year on the world stage. Next couple of weeks, they're off to Mexico, then Brazil, start off the World Tour campaign. Plenty of tours and tournaments to come before, obviously, Australia hosting the World Championships in November at the end of the year, 14 to 23. Cannot wait for that. The best and the best of the world come down under. You going to be there, Joppy?
Oh, thinking about it at the moment. Just going to make sure the dates line up correctly, but I think it'd be a bit silly to miss out on that opportunity. As I don't think since Sydney 2000, I don't think we've had one of the big majors actually in the country, so it's a really, really good opportunity for anyone really in the country to get around and see some of the best players, well, the best players in the world go at it.
100%. Volleyball, beach volleyball specifically is a party as well. Tape tickling ace serve, Jack Pearce. Maybe a bit of luck favouring the Brave as he takes it on. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, they've been looking to try and get things going from the serving front, but have had a few errors in quick succession, so good to, I guess, get that bit of a break there. Chance to really rip. He gets the tape again.
Oh, tempo play here from Nicolaides. Love his skill. He's just so smooth in his movements and his actions. He holds and just presents the set to the very last second. Isaac Arrow has to trust that he's going to get a set.
Absolutely. I will give credit where credit is due. We noticed Darty managed to actually get up twice on that one. He actually got his original block and then managed to get out fast enough to almost get a full block out on that outside as well. So impressive athleticism, as we covered before, just on how quick those boys can move, even for their height and power.
I was going to say, big lads. So one step across the net's almost 5 of mine. Oh, just inside. Isaac notices just how close that ball is. As it just sneaks inside the right hand. He had to work hard to get out and around as Jack Pearce used his speed just to put the blocking player off balance. They stay in touch. 12-19, or set point on the scoreboard, court side. We'll just clarify for you, for all the viewers at home. That ball will go long, and that'll get it done.
Yeah, that's the set there.
21 points to 12, first set in the battle of the men's gold medal match. It's the Paris Olympians. They take it. Healthy margin, and we'll move into that second set. And this is where you'll see the team start to reset. But we'll cross to a couple of replays here on the big screen, or on the screen yourself. For all the viewers at home, again, thank you for joining us. Second leg of the Australia Beach Volleyball Tour. First set in the bag, men's gold medal match. Some of the highlights so far, it's been that man on screen with a couple of big blocks. That was a nice early one, early in the first set. And I think the big part of this, there's another one there. Big part of this first set as well is Isaac Caraher and Mark Nicolaides, their service pressure. You know, it's serving it high and deep and making the big guys work hard from deep in their court to come back in. But the consistency of that serve as well, the lack of errors on their serve as well,
Oh, absolutely. That current lack of error on that front is just incredible execution from them, and you really see that international experience coming through. Because the other thing we've noticed is, as we see Darty and Jack, as they get more and more consistent, hopefully throughout the second set, we'll find that that's going to start putting that pressure back. Because when you're getting nothing from your opposition team and like they're just playing so consistent, it puts that little bit more pressure on every single side out you get.
Yeah, and that's where we start seeing a little bit more, effort, or trying to hit the ball harder, or pass the ball better, and you start playing emotionally rather than, physically, and backing yourself and your movements in. So, but I love this play to start things off. Second set action underway. First points on the board. JP just cuts it fine, nice and composed. First couple of movements there from Titanium Potts and Jack Pearce. So too, Mark Nicolaides, just doing what he does.
Where he just paused in the air there, jumped up, held, just had plenty of time just to check the surroundings, check the weather out, then decide where he was going to place it.
Oh, the hang time just levitates and, just feeling good. So a handling violation called there. An interesting little error. First handling error we've seen in this men's gold medal match. It will not deter the confidence on the skill execution, I'm sure. Again, Caraher just pinning Jack Pearce. He'll get up. Caraher gets a nice touch, but JP nice and high, good pace. Good body language from the number 2 seeds here, Juppy.
Again, just taking on the top of the block now, like you said, taking on the defender. Like, when they're coming in full power, they're reaching really nice and high. The way they play the ball off the top of the hands, smooth, control, keeping that height. Really, really difficult then for defenders to actually close down that space, close down the ball, especially if the blockers gets that touch, because sometimes you get that touch like, wow, fantastic, we've got a great chance to slow the ball down, but often that little redirection can lead to a vault in the defense as well.
Big energy here from Jack Pearce. Holding that ball inside and moving. Simply won the block around, but holding the defender in a question mark position.
Absolutely. Stayed high now, a few points in a row, just again playing that nice, beautiful, staying high, snapping cross court.
Jeez, that's a good pass from Nicolaides. It's just fully outstretched. Good read, touches as well. Got to go, can't convert. Darty a full stretch.
Again, it's one of those ones we just spoke about. Jack's made that move, and you can see coming off the block, it's just enough to offset where you were originally defensively, making it a little bit more difficult to try and get that execution. Not able to do so. Great hustle there from Darty, though, to try and close down that third touch.
Yeah, never say die attitude from the Aussies. It's just the Australian way of playing. As, obviously plenty of that on display in the Asian Championships last year. The rematch here right now between these two teams. The first time they've matched up in a competition space since the Asian Championships in 2024.
Seems with every point coming, the boys in purple now getting their confidence back, really starting to find that rhythm, like we said, finding that flow. They're starting to get that 100%. Those executions down, so this is going to turn into a very, very interesting set, I think.
I think that is a statement right there from Jack Pearce. That's a high confidence swing, powerful.
The return of the favour on a handling error. This one a carry, though, not set as a double. He's just been told he's holding the ball a little bit too long in that setting form.
It's a lifted ball called. It's a judgment call. It's one of those tricky ones as an official. I do not envy the position that our officials are in. They do a fantastic job, but as soon as you're making a judgment call, the spotlight is on you. Oh, Jack Pearce. He's starting to feel good. Not the initial positioning of the dig that he wanted to go, but he'll take it over on one.
Absolutely. Main focus of the defense is just to keep the ball alive, stop the attackers scoring.
100%. You see the replay here as Nicolaides comes down the middle of the court. JP, full stretch inside.
Starting to see that smile come back on Jack Pearce's face as well.
Yeah. This is really interesting time right now. We're going to see a timeout call from the number 1 seeds, simply because there's been a couple of points in plays that just haven't quite gone their way. They're in contention for each and every play. But Darty and Jack have just made a couple of good moves, and I think this is purely a tactic to slow momentum. I don't think Mark and Isaac are doing anything necessarily wrong, but Jack and Darty have just come out with a vengeance in set number 2. and they have reduced errors. They have created more of a presence on the court, and they've gained this momentum and confidence. Being a young pairing as well, confidence is key.
Yeah, and it's like we spoke about in the first set, like go aggressive, go hard, find your rhythm, because as we said, like once they start finding that rhythm, they're going to be a very dangerous team on the field.
Definitely. A massive shout out to MC Beach Volley from the Philippines. You absolute legend, sir, sharing the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour link and getting our fantastic tour all the way to the Philippines as well, and giving me a little bit of a shout out as well. Lewis Jupp is the co-commentator here, doing a fantastic job as well, but a lot of fun to be on the mic and behind the scenes here at the ABVT leg number 2 here in Canberra.
Darty Potts bringing it back out.
The tactical timeout pays off, I told you. Just
Always.
to throw momentum. See, I've got a rough idea of what I'm talking about.
See, so no, it's always the interesting point, though, is at what point is it correct to call a timeout? Like, you know, I guess it's always that debate of it depends why you're calling it. Like, are you calling it because they've scored too many? Are you resetting rhythm? There's a lot to think about when you make those timeouts, because you only get the one a set, so you've got to be smart about how you use it.
Oh, it's so high. So high. The full stretch reach from Jack Pearce had to be over the timing of the Isaac Caraho block. Nicolaides made the right move, but had to make a judgment call with that ball flirting with the left-hand sideline. So they hold the 3-point buffer at 8-5. Sneaking it down the side. The question's asked again, just from the handling. Didn't look too bad from our point of view. Again, a judgment call, and play continues. So it's a 4-point buffer now. Sorry, Juppy.
No, I was going to say, like you said, it's that tough one, because, again, facing away, setting behind over the shoulder, always a tough call to make, but our refs are doing a great job at the moment.
Big pass again from Nicolaides, trying to set up potential 2-ball play, but there's a big press from Darty Potts. It is going to be dangerous. Anything that's close to that net, that's within Darty's reach, he's going to grab it. He's going to take that space away real quick.
Starting to notice almost a complete flip now. So now we see the boys in purple, very low error rate, very controlled, now smart on their sizes. We're now getting to see more of that shift of going, okay, now almost we're going to have to answer back. We have to now find that rhythm change.
To your point, and we obviously spoke about it in set number 1, but to the point, Jack and Darty have made very few errors in this set. Maybe one. And they're hungry, they're aggressive, their movement off the ball is a big indicator of tactically how they're feeling. But Mark Nicolaides goes, no, boys, know your place. Tees off to the corner.
Very fast arm there, really difficult. Really nice arm swing there, snapping fast cross court just before the block had a chance to press over completely and close out. So very valuable attribute to have. But again, Jack just answering back, staying so high. Massive reach, just playing over the top of the block. Happy to meet you at the top, sir.
So outrageous. I see that and just think, you can have that point. Because that's like a perfectly placed shot as well. To the corner, full perimeter. Cara, a little bit of bragging rights on that one just there. Getting up and jousting it down, 1-hand V2.
Oh, absolutely. You ask any one of them if they lose joust or win joust to other people, you'll get a different answer depending on who you ask each time.
There's always a bit of bragging rights between these 4 athletes, obviously training buddies. Inside out, Darty! He fades away. Rumour has it as well that this man can hit any ball. Any ball set to him. Obviously with 1 height, 2 athletic capabilities. But this man flies.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's a nice serve. Good pressure towards the perimeter. Mark handles it well. That's so pretty to watch. You can see him just get up and he shapes up aggressively and then he'll drop the elbow. And perfectly timed little wrist snap. Just a drop over the top of the blocks. We got a technical timeout here in set number 2 as the sun beams down on centre court. Court number 1 of the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour. Round number 2.
Cloud's starting to open up a little bit as well. We're getting that sun poking through. So now we spoke about those conditions before. As that dry heat starts to seep in, it's going to start getting really warm on that sand for those boys. So action's heating up, so is the environment. So Good to see.
That's what I love. I love the amount of community that's sticking around as well and supporting the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour. We need more of that from anyone and everyone who gets to be a part of the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour. Players, partners, family, friends, anyone within the space at all. Our next stop is the Cobram Barooga Classic for the third leg of the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour. And then we head to Coolangatta for the Australian Championships into an international event to kickstart the international calendar. So very much so looking forward to the next 5 weeks of beach volleyball in this country. All in the meanwhile, talking, the hovering, the ever-lurking conversation of the World Championships in Adelaide. Massive year of volleyball in Australia for the next 12 months. Cannot wait. 39 scoreboard into it, the second half of set number 2. Must-win set for Darty and Jack. Jump set, high contact, big control touch from Darty Potts off the dome of Carraher. Wide. Big rally, big point, huge momentum builder here for Darty Potts and Jack Pearce. That is outrageous stuff from the youngsters.
Even the height just on the 1 foot hop, taking off and just able to snap that ball down. Very good decision making as well. He's read a few of those 2 balls correctly now, so managed to adjust and get out to where he's needed. Mark Answer's great reception though. Mark Nicolaides, sir, heating up, starting to switch on the gears now, starting to add that power in. He's starting to say, okay, this is a game. Let's have it.
You hear the crack of the contact as well. That is palm on ball.
It's like a gunshot.
Ooh, just long. So close to the linesman, made a second adjusting call. It was that close to the line.
Good to see the boys in purple, though, bringing out a jump set of their own style as well. Managed to get the blocker to bite on that one as well, which is a nice thing to see. Fantastic serve. Much needed point, especially in this situation in this second set. Really, really well placed. Perfect back corner. Mark Nicolaides coming alive now in the second half of this set.
Yeah, you're not wrong. The swing cross the body, cross court, the ace serve down the line. That ball was moving on the float as well. Somehow Darty finds a way through. A little bit off balance there from Isaac Carraher on the block, but Darty takes advantage, recognising the defensive move. Just the 3 points in it. They side out. It could be a 2-point ball game as they go around potentially for the end switch. See what Mark Nicolaides has in store. He just overpasses this ball, giving the 4-point buffer. It is a crucial time of this set, Juppy, as well. What's in your headspace? Scoreboard 16-12. You're down in the second set, or even at any stage of a set.
Well, the biggest thing is you honestly just can't play with fear at that stage. Like, you know, you're going to have to be aggressive. You're going to have to really fight if you want this set back, especially against an opposition like the boys in purple. So I think the biggest thing is making sure that we, the boys in pink, stay aggressive, stay hungry, and similar to what we saw at the end of the first set, just, again, not being afraid of the error, just making sure we're being aggressive at every ball, and I think there's no doubt those boys will bring that to the table.
And they have as well. They've completely changed their service strategy. They were pinning Mark almost body line and inside the court. Now they're pushing his perimeter. And there's a lot of movement as well from the baseline and the serve from both Darty and Jack right now. Really forcing it wide, and they move to a 19-12 scoreboard just like that. 3 rapid points here from the number 2 seeds.
A 7-point lead now.
Nice little move here, Mark Nicolaides. Stays aggressive, goes to the angle.
Unbelievable.
He has tagged that sideline.
It's a great swing there, like a great option there from Isaac Carraher as well, going up for that big aggressive 2-ball. But of course, like clipping the tape, like you often find when you play, that slows it down just enough that you might be able to get away with the dig. And then Mark Nicolaides obviously just switching on, managing to get a great lift to a fantastic swing cross court.
One-handed plays here for both Nicolaides and Carraher. Squeezing it down the line. Big wide play, big wide set here from D'Artagnan Potts. Jack gets all the way out and around it. Swings it down that line, bringing up set point opportunity. Number 1 for Potts and Pearce, looking to force it to that third and deciding set. Goes down the line, but goes long, forcing. And almost set point. We're just double checking that scoreboard for you. We believe there is one to go. Hasn't been any movement on the court yet, so we do apologise for the mix-up there. It is a set point opportunity right now here for D'Artagnan Potts and Jack Pearce. One to go for the number 2 seeds. Looking very solid, have been since day dot, but I don't think Mark Nicolaides is done based on that swing.
Testament to what you said earlier about that never say die attitude, just coming out going, doesn't matter if we're set point down, we're still going to come at you for every single point. You need to earn all 21 points against us.
And that ball just go long. Now we can call it. That is set number 2 in the bag here for the number 2 seeds, Jack Pearce. And D'Artagnan Potts, they take set number 2, 21-14 over number 1 seeds in Mark Nicolaides, Isaac Carraher. Big turn of momentum. And this is the time to reset. This is the time where we have only 15 points, an express set to crown our gold medalists and our champions here for the second leg of Australian Beach Volleyball Tour. We'll check out some of the highlights as well. The 2 teams early on, head-to-head, back-to-back, real arm wrestle to kick-start set number 2. And then the lack of errors and the aggression and taking on the game from young Jack Pearce and Darty Potts, I think was the difference there, Juppy.
Oh, absolutely. And we speak about those big moments in the big matches where that second set is one of the most important in any game because it's so crucial, because it's either one, obviously your closing set, you win the match, or it's going to be the set that pushes the game to 3. And having that momentum coming into the third set is always a big deal. So my question to you then, Ben, is looking at, if you're Isaac and Mark, you've had a fantastic first set, a little bit of an upset in the second, just losing maybe a little bit of rhythm as the other boys answered back. What are you thinking coming out to third?
Coming out, no, at this point in time, you know what's working. You know what's good for you guys. You're also talking about, okay, they pinned me wide here, or they hit me in this position here, and I got caught out there. We'll make little adjustments, whether it's setup-wise, setting-wise, and it's just tiny little pivots. It's not dramatic or drastic changes by any means. It's simple, backing yourself in, staying true to your game, and adapting accordingly, because every single set's different. Every single set, it always changes. We see Isaac Carraher look to go on 2 just then, and forces it into the net. The falling serve, again, tape tickling. Nicolaides does so well to get there, but Carraher didn't have many options, as well as that ball was floating at the top of the net, drifting outside the antenna, which is the red and white candy cane looking sticks that we see as an extension of that sideline. So again, into the net. 2-0 to start off set number 3 in the men's gold medal match. So a really good turn here from Darty, getting a healthy touch as Darty Potts will put that ball back. He'll get a block. Question is going to be asked of the turn and contact there. Obviously, Mark and Isaac not happy about that by any means. He obviously played the whistle. Here's the turn. So
it's always a tough one, because every now and then on court you'll find that as a player you may believe a decision is incorrect or a decision is meant to be made. So a lot of the time you'll see them almost stop or have that hesitation, and sometimes you see players, not necessarily in this game, but I've seen it before, where you'll have players give up on the rally because they're like, well, hold up, that's not meant to be right. Like, we should have won that point because of an error here. And again, like you said, coming down to those judgment calls, it's so crucial just to try and play to the ref's whistle.
Conversation asked again, so net violation called. The number 1 seed's in a really tough position right now. They're showing some emotional cracks. Jack and Darty, their service pressure has really asked the question early, and there's not a lot of answers that Mark and Isaac have. Unfortunately, they haven't had a call or maybe 2 go their way. They can't be the way that they decide to lose this match. They've got to be able to reset, which they will, knowing the talent and the skill sets of these 2 young men.
Oh, absolutely. And we see the boys in purple have switched up to that shorter serve ball, maybe trying to force obviously that ball to be tighter to the net, hopefully trying to bring their blocker a little more into play. And obviously when we're that tight to the net, it is a bit more difficult to get into that creative side of things, such as the jumps and the jump sets and the two-ball action.
Absolutely. I think it's super important to see Mark and Isaac come out now into this first side out, given the opportunity. They have to get this point.
Yeah, need
this is
that
a
momentum
real
back.
determining factor of this third and deciding set. Remembering, we are only going to 15 points. We switch ends multiples of 5. Again, going on Nicolaides, who passes it tight. Cara has to go on 2. Darty will go on 2 and turn to the line. 5-0. Lewis for third set action. The youngsters flying right now.
And obviously every point you get is a chance to be now more aggressive, and you get a chance to really go for everything, because it almost doesn't matter if you make that one mistake, because you've got that 5-point buffer now. You can really go. Fantastic dig by Jack.
Oh my goodness, what are we seeing? Jack Pearce in the most controlled and almost nonchalant fashion ever, getting a nice pick up in backcourt, perfect positioning, and then the confidence just to take Isaac on. Good serve as well to back it up. Finds that line, really nice shot. Much needed point, huge.
Boys now on the scoreboard, so now they just need to heads in, focused up, make sure we're aggressive on every ball now. Really got to go for it now.
Obviously working Jack Pearce over time in previous sets. They go down the middle this time, and Darty will take a strong hold on that as Isaac will put that away.
Big hand pump there, making sure he's angry, he's fired up.
I like that. Just a quick, hey, Darty, you paying attention? Here's a serve.
Starting to feel that little breeze coming in as well now.
Yeah.
Starting to play havoc on a little of the sets, now getting tight, drifting. Great recovery there off the block.
Down the line, Isaac Caraho. I have no idea how he's made that work.
3 in a row for the boys.
I thought he miscued that swing. That ball is just perfectly snapped under the right shoulder of D'Artagnan Potts' block and finds the line.
Just how he drew it up. It's a great 3-point run from the boys in pink, starting to close that gap in.
They cut it, but they cut it wide. This is a huge turn. So a 4-1 end. And just like that, we're going back to within 2, 4 serving 6. Mark and Isaac have just put the foot on the gas.
It's like you said, they just needed that 1 point just to break the rhythm a little bit. Able to chance to really start setting the scene, setting the tone themselves too.
Inside set here.
Isaac, great touch. Again, boys in purple just so high in the air. Like the athleticism, different breed of jumper really. Like the way they get up there and just play it off the top of the hands.
I think the one thing I love about Jack and Darty's approach to the second and now the third sets as well is the variant in pace of shot offensively. So they stayed aggressive, but they stayed aggressive in the sense of actually attacking and taking it on and utilising the block. So a simple change of pace will throw the positioning out of the block, will hold the defender in position like it did just then, where Jack is falling away, almost pirouetting in the air for a drop shot cross court. Back to a 4-point buffer at 8-4 now.
Noticing both teams having that few points in a row where they're not struggling so much to say, but having that difficulty of finding that side-out point.
Big moves. Big rallies. Hustle play out of system going on 2. Mark with the one-handed defense. Big play. Nicolaides will get it done. The boys.
How has Mark passed that? Oh my gosh, one hand, almost a spike past Isaac.
Oh, there's things that young man does that I have no idea. Like the brain does just not compute. The crowd loved it as well. 5-8 on the scoreboard. Again, change of pace, staying high, pushing it off the block.
Really starting to take on that block at the top as well.
That's what I mentioned earlier. Just the variance in pace. That's just mean the simple changes. 9-5, make that 6-9. That's not a great error at this stage of the match. Fatigue setting in maybe, Lewis? Is it a confidence thing in terms of being able to close out this match, knowing that Mark and Isaac are never going away?
Absolutely, and I think maybe a little bit of fatigue, but I definitely think it's going to come down more to that game plan of clearly they're just trying to move the serves deep, short, and they're noticing that short serve starting to work a bit more, and oh my word.
Oh, that's a little bit naughty down the line as the ball bounces out of screen.
Out of screen and up over the commentating booth we're in here too.
Straight over the top of us, yeah.
Almost out of the venue, actually. A few more metres would have been clean out of the venue.
Oh, it's silly. Oh, big wide pass here. They decide to use their 3 contacts. And Darty presses, big left hand shape. And will throw Mark Nicolaides back down for point number 11.
This point is going to be big.
I would say that this point is the determining factor. All eyes on court number 1 here in Canberra. Inside. Writes the call, missed contact. I think the shot choice was good. I think Jack was starting to lean towards his line defense. And Mark made the right choice, just couldn't quite convert. So we've got a 12-6 scoreboard. Magic number 15. 3 away, within reaching distance here for the number 2 seeds in Pearson Potts. Again, back of Nicolaides. Big to Carraher. Through the uprights this time. Nicolaides takes him on.
All right, the boys really need a break point here if they're looking to keep this match alive. Boys in purple obviously very keen to just put this match to bed.
Really good serve. Confidence here from Carraher. Down that line again. The one-handed stab diggy. Mark Nicolaides. Stop it, sir. Absolutely stop it.
Abs
to what? You lost the word.
I don't even know. Yeah, I was going to say, it's just absolutely incredible there.
Oh, my goodness.
Defensive masterclass being shown in that point. Again, the one-arm
Just
dig.
check this out on the replay.
Touch.
Turns down the line. Such a good swing. And Mark just throws a hand. And then gets all the way in and up. Nice drop shot serve again. This time on Darty. Darty off the block.
Top of the fingers there. Good spot again. Good spot on the block, but just a better contact on the attack, playing at the top of the fingers there. Really difficult for blockers to deal with that.
Absolutely. 13 points to 8 now. Back on Mark. Good pass. Holding. Good set. Going for the angle. As that ball tags on the way through. And there will be a challenge called. So the teams are entitled to ask the question to review the ball mark, the ball line. Of course, the conversation is known between our first official, our linesman. A simple, you can, obviously the beauty of beach volleyball in the sand, you can see where that ball is obviously indented, but if it clips that line on the way through, it is deemed as in. So both teams have set up for serve, but it will be a point of Nicolaides Carraher. 9-13, 4 points in it. Big point this one here, Juppy.
Absolutely. Great serve here.
Double defense down that line as Darty opens up. With that play, high in the middle, we bring up a set match gold medal point here for D'Artagnan Potts and Jack Pearce. Looking to get it done, Darty Potts. High in the middle. Mark Nicolaides will send it off the block. That's great sportsmanship shown. Like the courtside announcer has mentioned, sportsmanship shown for the touch off the blocks of Mark Nicolaides and Isaac Carraher. Stay alive. Whew. Just held my
Always
breath
love
for a
to see
second
that
there.
honesty system in the game. Sometimes those hairline, those just nicks the nail, or someone nicks the net, doesn't feel it. But again, having that beautiful honesty system of just sometimes giving the refs a little bit of assistance when they know that they want to win in a clean match.
Set and match point number 2 and taken from Jack Pearce and D'Artagnan Potts. And the boys are burnt, they're cooked. After a huge weekend, it's taken 7 matches to get to this point. And they've ticked the box We've got our champion to say celebrate the gold medal here in Canberra. We congratulate D'Artagnan Potts, Jack Pearce, the number 2 seeds, getting it done. Again, a rematch of the Asian Championship back in 2024 against Mark Nicolaides and Isaac Carraher. They'll be disappointed with that result, but it's a training ground. It's a big opportunity for these guys to get some really quality touches in their lead into the year and lead into the World Tour and the World Champs at the end of the year. Exciting for those 2 young guys, Juppy, D'Artagnan Potts, Jack Pearce. I still don't think they've figured out how to celebrate yet.
It's that new feeling, getting used to it.
Oh dear, no, we congratulate those 2 young men. Really impressive to be down 1-0, come back and just change the tactics, but still back themselves in to the 2nd and 3rd sets. And it was a simple reduction of errors, aggression on offense, service pressure, and all those sort of things came into play, all found their rhythm, all found their groove. And as simple as that, they've made the adjustments, they put the pressure on Mark and Isaac, and they got the job done for the gold medal here in Canberra. We'll check out some of the replays on the screen now. It was a big contest at the net that eventuated towards D'Artagnan Potts and Jack Pearce gold medal. Some outrageous defensive plays, defensive transitions. And in the end, the youngsters from South Australia get it done. In an incredible 3-set battle. We don't expect anything less for a gold medal match. And I'm sure we can assume that the women's gold medal match coming up next here on Centre Court in Canberra for the ABVT round number 2 will be much the same. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you joining us once again as our first serve will be at 3 p.m. Women's gold medal action coming your way. You are watching the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour here in Canberra. We'll be back with you shortly.
Managed to actually get up twice on that one. He actually got his original block and then managed to get out.
On the board, JP just cuts it fine. Nice and composed first. Couple of movements there from D'Artagnan Potts and Jack Pearce. So too, points on the board, JP just cuts it fine. Nice and composed first. Couple of movements there from D'Artagnan Potts and Jack Pearce. So too, they do a fantastic job, but as soon as you're making a judgment call, the spotlight is on you. Oh, Jack Pearce, he's starting to feel a fantastic job, but as soon as you're making a judgment call, the spotlight is on you. Oh, Jack Pearce, he's starting to feel 8-5. Sneaking it down the side. The question's asked again, just from the handling. Didn't look too bad from our control touch from D'Arty Potts. Off the dome of Carraher. Wide. Big rally, big point, huge.
Purple, though, bringing out a jump set of their own style as well. Managed to get the blocker to bite on that one as well, which is a nice thing to see. Fantastic serve, much needed point, especially in...
Nice little move here, Mark Nicolaides. Stays aggressive, goes to the angle.
Unbelievable.
He has tagged that one-handed place here for both Nicolaides and Carraher. Squeezing it down the line. It's a really good turn here from D'Arty, getting a healthy touch as D'Arty Potts will put that ball back. Passes it tight. Carraher has to go on 2. D'Arty will go on 2 and turn to the line. 5-0.
You've got that 5-point buffer now. You can really go. Fantastic dig by Jack.
Oh my goodness, what are we seeing? Jack Pearce.
Starting to feel that little breeze coming in as well now.
Yeah.
Starting to play havoc on a little of the sets. Now getting tight, drifting. Great recovery there off the block.
Down the line. Big rallies. Hustle play out of system going on 2. Mark with the one-handed defense. Big play. Nicolaides will get it done.
To that game plan of clearly they're just trying to move the serves deep, short, and they're noticing that short serve starting to work a bit more. And oh my word.
Oh, that's a little bit not. Oh, it's silly. Oh, big wide pass here. They decide to use their 3 contacts. And Darty presses. Big left hand shape. Really good serve. Confidence here from Carragher. Down that line again. The one-handed stab. Diggy Mark Nicolaides. Stop it, sir. Absolutely stop it. Really good serve. Confidence here from Carragher. Down that line again. The one-handed stab. Diggy Mark Nicolaides. Stop it, sir. Absolutely stop it. Back on Mark. Good pass. Holding. Good set. Going for the angle. As that ball tags on the way through. And there will be a challenge called. So the teams are high in the middle. Mark Nicolaides will send it off the block.
But again, having that beautiful honesty system of just sometimes giving the refs a little bit of assistance when they know that they want to win in a clean match.
Set and match point number 2 and taken from Jack Pearce and D'Artagnan Potts, and the boys, they celebrate the gold medal here in Canberra. We congratulate D'Artagnan Potts, Jack Pearce, the number 2 seeds, getting it done. Again, a rematch of the in their lead into the year and lead into the World Tour and the World Champs at the end of the year. Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good evening, good night, whatever time it is around your place of the world. We welcome you here for the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour. Once again, you are joining it at the most opportune time as we get the women's gold medal match very, very shortly underway. You can see them on court now going through their final preparations. We're going to get first serve happening at 3 p.m. local time here in Canberra. It's the Lyneham Beach Volleyball facility in Canberra, Australia's capital, located on the east side of our great nation, and a small little territory pocket within the New South Wales state. My name is Ben Abbott. We will have a co-commentator joining me courtside who I'll introduce and bring into the space at some point during this fantastic gold medal match. We're really looking forward to this showdown as well, as these two teams have made their way all the way through the 3 days of competition here, starting on Friday for the round of 32. They got their pool play, and then they go into a round of 24, 16, quarters, semis, and now medal matches. There's the table of tape from the quarterfinals. On the left side of the draw, Lizzie Alchin, Georgia Johnson have come through quarter-finals, semi-finals without dropping a set. So too, the likes of their opponents, Taliqua Clancy, Jana Milutinovic, haven't dropped a set yet either. So too, the number one seeds, as they shouldn't. Taliqua Clancy, just at the front or bottom of your screen, going through her service routine as we speak. She's a three-time beach volleyball Olympian, competing at the Rio Olympics, Tokyo Olympics, where she claimed a silver medal and a podium finish to the first medal, Olympic beach volleyball medal in 20 years. And then recently competing in Paris. As the commentary table gets hit, taking everything out. We're good here courtside. It's the dangers, or is it a perk of being a commentator right next to the court? But there, Taliqua Clancy, you can see us courtside. That's where we've been pinned. We've got the best seats in the house here. We thank you so much for you guys joining us here on the live stream. Here in Canberra, all around the world, courtside, there's obviously plenty going on. I'm going to continue to spruik the fantastic resumes of all four of these athletes out there, as they are Volleyroos, based up in Brisbane, full-time athletes. They try to study and they try to work in between it all, but the commitment is real. As we get information, I have one of the Aussie coaches next to me, just going to give me some basic information all the time, stats, information. But Georgia Johnson has just graduated university, engineering degree as well. Jeez, brains on the shoulders of that young lady. And she's dating the beautiful glowing smile of Paul Burnett. They're going to be pretty well set, I reckon, post-volleyball. Right now, the focus is volleyball and how they continue to build their resumes, build their careers. And Georgia Johnson has been one of those partners, just so adaptable, so dynamic with anyone that she's taken to the court with. She now pairs up for the first time with Lizzie Alchin, a young up-and-comer from Western Australia, obviously relocating to Brisbane and doing some really, really good things around the world. And pairing up with Georgia Johnson, who's been on the scene for a little while, the Queenslander. And a hard worker within the program. They are ready to rock and roll here on the court. Loving the new combination on the other side of the net as well. The number one seeds in Jana Milutinovic and Taliqua Clancy. We already mentioned Taliqua's a three-time Olympian, Olympic silver medalist. She's pairing up with young South Aussie Jana Milutinovic. Be interesting to know the tactics behind the scenes, what the coaches and the programs are thinking, putting one of our most successful athletes with one of our super towers of terror at the net in Yana, who's a fiery character herself. So is this the pairing that can go the distance of the world champs in Adelaide at the end of the year? Only time will tell, and is this the starting point of a beautiful story between those two athletes? As we introduce the number 3 seeds to the court, Georgia Johnson and Elizabeth Alchin, or Lizzie Alchin as she prefers to be called. They're going to be on the far side of the court in the purple uniforms. And closest to your screen, we welcome out the number 1 seeds into Liquid Clancy and Yana Milutinovic, repping the bright orange. Best of 3 sets, as we mentioned, as per usual, for the sport of beach volleyball. Our officials in position. Our first referee, Rebecca Fellstark, up on the stand. And courtside is our second referee from Canberra. Born and bred here in her hometown for a home event, Kathleen Kwan. Underway with Taliqua Clancy, first serve. Hits GJ. Nice little exchange early on. That's Taliqua. So much height and a nice little snap at the top of the wrist. So Georgia Johnson and Taliqua Clancy were previous partners before the new year ticked around. They spent a few events together across Europe. India was their last one at the end of the year. And obviously all the athletes took their time off over the Christmas and New Year period before. It was all guns blazing. Big year in Australia. Big talking point is the World Championships coming to Adelaide in November. Cannot wait to welcome the world and the best of the best. It all starts in the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour right here. Big opportunity there for Yana Milutinovic. Doesn't quite get the contact she was chasing. Talking to her off camera a little bit courtside. Don't know how much I can reveal with one of her coaches sitting right next to me, but she was a little bit nervous jumping on the court with Taliqua Clancy. Bit of a personality and a presence, young T. Oh, but a bit of confidence though from Yana. Look at the height she gets on that swing. Head above the net. Really whippy arm as well. I feel like that's something that's kind of developed in her game over the past 12 months. Such a long and athletic human. Really good serve down the middle of the court. Georgia Johnson had the narrowest of channels to take on and finds a winner. Even too hot to handle there for Taliqua Clancy. Good start, competitive start from both of these teams at 3-2, first set. Going after Taliqua Clancy. Nice high set, really good hands, good skills from Yana Milutinovic. Defensive touches from GJ and Lizzie as well. Locked up, 3 points apiece. 2018 and 2019 world's best server, Taliqua Clancy. Plenty of awards and accolades to her name over her career. The Kingaroy Kid, as she's known, from Queensland. Could be an advantage here. 2 more play coming, advantage taken. That's a big play there from Yana. Taliqua acknowledges it. Loves the play. Been a few years since Taliqua's had a partner that she's looked eye to eye with. Of course, her previous partner, spending 2 Olympic cycles with Maria Faye Altacho del Solar. If you're tuning in, Maria Faye, hi, we miss you. Congratulations on the announcement of your beautiful baby boy on the way. Very exciting times. Her and her partner, they're going to have one athletic child coming through the ranks over the years. Cannot wait to potentially commentate him at whatever sport he chooses to jump into. But Enfe, we look forward to seeing you back around the traps soon, I'm sure. For now, Yana Milutinovic will take up the reins. And doing very nicely so far. 5-3 advantage. They've taken the early 2-point break now. Aggressive serve from Taliqua down that line on GJ. Just as aggressive in return to sender. Over to Johnson. Just threads that needle under the uprights of the Jana Milutinovic block. A tough serve. Hustle here from T. GJ gets a control touch. Jana wants to bury it. Almost trying to bury it on her side of the net. I'll take it no matter how it comes. Taliqua Clancy again, like I said, has just done so much in her career. Competing in Rio with Louise Borden. The Rio Olympic Games has now competed at 3 Olympics, including a silver in Tokyo, top 4 finish in Paris. Still hungry, still got that desire, still got that fight to play. And now starting to deliver and give back to the next generation of athletes coming through, leading into the World Champs at the end of the year, LA Olympics, in just under 4 years. 8th serve here, Georgia Johnson. Back level at 6 points all. Of course, Brisbane 2032. It's the Olympics. Comes to Australia for the first time since 2000. Big defensive touches. Lizzie Alchin keeps it alive, hustling in backcourt. Jana buries it even sharper. Had to. Outrageous stuff in defense from Lizzie Alchin. 7-6. Check this out on the replay. This turn as well from GJ, the athletic touch, just to keep it alive, crawling. Full stretch from Alchin. Incredible stuff here in hustle. So too that shot from GJ Johnson. 7 points apiece, all locked up. I'm going to welcome back Lewis Jupp into the comms. How are you, mate?
Yeah, doing good.
That's good, my friend. We'll looking forward to getting your take on this match as well. I've been pumping the tyres of all 4 of these athletes. They've done some phenomenal things in their time, and especially obviously Taliqua Clancy, a 3-time Olympian. But this match is already producing some epic highlights. Jana's high, GJ. Springs built into those legs. She gets up for a slightly smaller beach volleyball player, but one of the most athletic humans on our scene, and a nice healthy touch on block. Tough ask with the height of Jana and Taliqua coming at you on the opposing side of the net. Dearie me. There's some outrageous speed on serve from Jana Milutinovic. It's a poker face as well. She turns around, back to position, ready to line it up once more.
Absolutely, that great reach and the nice high contact means she's almost serving it straight down on that downward trajectory. Doesn't have to worry about serving it up over a net. Just this laser. Another fantastic serve, but this one answered back. Interesting again to see Taliqua taking back the defensive player role in this pairing.
I'm so excited about it. The size of Jana Milutinovic's block over the past probably 12 to 18 months, the time that I've seen Jana on the Australian tour and doing things around the world, Asian tour, a few world tours, she's just become more and more dynamic as a player, more and more just speedy with her movements, adaptable with her positioning and plays. And I think it's just such an exciting time for her as a young athlete to be able to pair up with Taliqua Clancy, who again is exciting, right, in the sense of her experience being able to move back into a defensive role, as she did play behind Lou Borden in the 2016 Rio Olympics as a defensive player as well.
Yeah, 100% before moving to blocker, and in both positions being just one of the best players in the world in her role, so just proving to be easily, in my opinion, one of the most versatile players to play the game, just unbelievably good in all her skill aspects. Whatever job's required of her, she steps on and is able to execute.
Definitely. An exciting partnership. I'd like to get your entire take on this partnership as well. from a Jana Milutinovic conversation and Talika Clancy. Technical timeout midway through set number 1. It is 11-10, so it is advantage to the number 1 seeds over the number 3 seeds. But new combinations on both sides of the net for starters. But the exciting one, most part, is the combination of the Olympian and Jana. Your thoughts, Juppy?
Well, it's always interesting when you have a seasoned player take on that almost that younger player under their wing, because Jana's been performing so well as well in her own right. On her last season, she was playing with Steffi Fares and some unbelievable results there. The way they finished up in the Australian Championships in Coolangatta last year, just unbelievable performances all around. So we see this every now and then when the partners reshape and reshift, but to see her get a shot to really put up a block and, again, just play alongside the 3-time Olympian, like just bringing that experience to the table, I think it's a great opportunity for her, and I think she's got the right attitude of just trying to take it and run and get as much as she can from these tournaments upcoming. And obviously Talika is Talika, like coming off, I think she's won FIVB events like 8 times now. Yep, there you go, 8 times. So just incredible results and experience that you can't really match anywhere else in this country right now, except for obviously Maria Fay. But again, just having that experience she's got, and then what a person to guide Jana, and then obviously playing up against this team in purple, just again that dynamic, athletic pair, and we're seeing that in action right there off a great high swing, really taking on the block there, really being aggressive. And I am curious though now, when you, I guess there's a question to you, Ben, is like looking at, now you have Talika known for the past few years as being that aggressive blocker. Suddenly she's back in defense. Like, what are your thoughts now if you're attacking against her? What are you thinking, looking at now you've seen her transition back to defense? You know that if she gets that ball up, it's going to be a problem at the net.
I think if Talika was involved in any play, it's a problem. Yeah. She's a bit of a weapon of an athlete. No, I think early days as an opponent, I think I'd like to just to tease and tempt Talika and move her around and just gauge how her touch is, because you mentioned that she's obviously transitioning back from a block into a defensive role. So, yeah, throw that ball around, make her play, see how she's sort of moving on the court as well. She is long, she's fast, but like she's just, her mentality is aggressive as well. So you know she's going to at the very least, get a touch in that defensive play. How she decides to convert and the touch to put in a position for her partner Jana to put it up, you know, I think is one of those things that will come quickly to her, but still might be a growing process. But I mean, plays like that, for example, with Talika bumping it on 2, being able to utilise and take advantage of the height of Jana Milutinovic, and vice versa. You can play 2 balls on both sides. I think, yeah, the conversation is very, very exciting for these two.
Yeah, really interesting dynamic for them.
It's probably arguably like our tallest female combination in a little while, I would think. I think the tallest ever. There we go. The statistician man himself. I was thinking that, but I was thinking, who we got? We had Nat Cook and Kerry Pottas back, and then we had Nikki Laird was there, but her tallest partner was Bakara Palmer. So yeah, I think this might be our tallest pairing ever to take to the sand.
I don't remember how tall Lou was.
Lou's about, I mean, I feel like Lou's a bit shorter than me, I think. And I'm about 187 on a good day.
Depends what time of day you measure me.
Yeah, look. That's before gym, before I just decided to lift way too heavy than what I can handle and stunt my growth, which ended 10 years ago. 14-15 scoreboard. GJ back at the baseline. She'll make her way to the net, completing the blocking duties. Full stretch, Lizzie Alchin. She hesitated that margin, and that was just all it was to make that completed move and get that touch. Obviously a healthy, good touch on it.
Absolutely, yeah, good touch there off block too and off the defense. But again, just looking at that consistency from Talika, that just nice high snap, just playing it off the top of the block, and she makes it almost look easy.
Wouldn't you after 3 Olympic cycles and 20 years on the scene?
I guess you have a point there.
Oh, maybe not 20 years. Maybe about 15 years, I think. Talika Clancy, the age of 32, has been rocking the house down, playing Junior World Championships, and she's an Asian champion multiple times. World Championships bronze medalist back in 2019 with Maria Fea Tacho del Solar. Oh. With this height and that big of a jump on a female net height, is that a disadvantage to you? Do you think? When you're trying to jump and press and take all this space, you got to be blocking with your shoulders out of their sockets to really completely seal that net as you're pressing.
I think it's definitely a conversation because we often talk about, like, when you're learning and you're blocking, that, like, you can't really block with, like, your biceps. Like, you can't block with that area. So good hitters will hit low. They hit under you and they try and hit around that area, while, like, as a blocker, oh my word, what an angle.
It's fading away outside the red and white antennas and
almost dislocating her shoulder to turn that angle. That's incredible. But sorry, yeah, just to resume, yeah, just looking at that idea of that you can't really control that lower portion of, like, that higher portion technically of your arms, where it's like, well, it's up in your hands, you know, you can move the space, you create, you try and do that stuff block, but can't quite get it. So I guess there can be that disadvantage if you're very high up there, that they can play under you and you almost can't do much about it. So, but then the question then gets returned of, to counter that, do you almost just lower your jump a little bit, like just jump a little less with those players that can't necessarily meet you at the top?
Not sure. The female game is a very, very different game as well to the men's game. Jana's speed across the sand has definitely developed over the past sort of 12 months, and being able to make position, and we had this conversation earlier in terms of, are you blocking tactically or are you blocking for a point? And I think that's a conversation piece as well, depending on your opponents, depending on who you line up against. And we see a nice two-ball play there for Taliko to put it down for set point number 1. 20 points to 16 now, number 1 seeds. T. Clancy back at the baseline. But yeah, is it a tactical conversation? Is it a, no, I'm going to take a strong hold on this game and go and block everything and anything? Oh, Taliko the scoopy. Jana capitalises on her height, on her length, on her jump, and puts it down for 21-16 and first set in the bag. Women's gold medal match. Very interesting.
Absolutely, yeah. For really, really solid execution all around there. And like we saw that calm as you like, cool, collected on every play there, just making sure to maintain that height, maintain that execution where needed. And again, neither player is afraid in that pairing to really take on that two-ball opportunity if it's presented, which is a really healthy thing to see.
100%. Exciting times for GJ Johnson and Lizzie Elton as well. They had some good plays in there, but a couple of highlights as we look back on the first set footage. We see the levitation of Jana Milutinovic on that particular play right there. A couple of balls sneaking down the front of her block. GJ just happy to take it on. You love to see the aggressive nature of the four athletes. Obviously very familiar with each other's games, based up in Brisbane, training at the Queensland Academy of Sport there for the women's Volleyball program, also developing Volleyroos as well. The young guns coming through the ranks. The programs continue to grow. The depth continues to grow. Not just in the players, but also our coaching group as well. We've got a couple of them sitting right next to us, so we'll be mindful of how we talk about them. And yeah, they're really good guys and good coaches and good people. Now I'm starting to milk it. Second set action on the way.
Oh, don't distract the man. Don't distract the man. He's got a job.
There's no distracting a young Josh Slack. The man is always in the zone. First points on the board, 1-0 down the line, two-ball play. There's that big, cheeky Jana Milutinovic smile just then. Is that a you, Slacky? I don't think so. Maybe it's something they've been working on the training grounds. Only time will tell if it's a consistency thing. A serve to Liquid Clancy. Oh, the MC's just exactly mirrored what I just said in the background. He is my protege. He is. So I'm usually courtside and doing the MCing stuff, and we're starting to build our team, which is also an exciting thing. Lizzie Elgin, nice take in the middle of the court. Again, some heat. This is that touch that I was talking about, defensive touch from Taliko Clancy. She's making that transition from the block to the defensive player.
Positioning really, really solid as well. Like, she's picking those spots really, really well.
Agreed. And I think that's naturally going to happen based on experience. She'll get really good reads on the play. She'll get really good positioning. Big pick up here, Lizzie Elgin. Down the line. Yana says, here you go, T. T goes, thank you, Yana. So simple. Such a simple game. And what do you do? Like, with the height of those players as well, the speed of their game changes regardless of how high that ball is played.
Absolutely.
Because their contact point and the speed off the ball.
And it's such a dangerous composition of players there, because when you set up in that situation where you as a blocker, wow, great use of the block there. But again, when you have to set up in that situation where you have to choose, do I block the 2-ball or go and block the third contact, it is really difficult when both players offer such a high contact and such a dangerous 2-ball that you know as a blocker, you've almost forced to commit to that third contact and just hope that the 2-ball gets dug.
Couldn't agree more. Some smart tactical swings here from both sides of the net. Lizzie off Yana for the first one. Talika right back off GJ for the second one down that line. 4-2 to kick off set number 2 for the women's gold medal match here. Australian Beach Volleyball Tour round number 2. Jeez, that serve had some pace on it.
A lot of bend too, came back towards the line a little bit.
Yeah, reverse bend it like Beckham.
Absolutely.
Delicate from Lizzie Halchin. I'm sorry. I'm not sure of how much audio has been picked up here courtside, but this MC he has to be listening to what I'm saying on the live stream right now.
He's got it up in his ear.
He's definitely got an earpiece in. Or he's just hanging around me too much and it's just the same conversations over and over and over. That's what we want though, right? If people are happy with what I'm doing on the tour, maybe it's just an easy, seamless transition. Maybe. Who knows? Oh, no, it did not.
Heartbreaking to receive, but amazing if you pull it off. See, Ben, the real question has to be asked. If you serve a tape ball, is that a celebrate or is that an apology?
Ooh.
The big debate in volleyball.
Oh, it's a tennis conversation. If there's a miscontacted swing or contact with a racket, or if it clips the tape and dribbles over. I think it's just a courtesy wave as like an acknowledgement of like, okay, I did not want to win the point like that. Sometimes, as I see Josh Slack shake his head.
I think the wave can be there after you've celebrated enough, and I think there's definitely...
Oh! Lord have mercy. That is... Oh my gosh, that is hitting in a phone booth.
Oh,
you got nowhere to go.
Gosh.
That's literally the presence that she can have.
Absolutely, yeah. She's building roofs for a living at this stage.
Almost backs it up with a really good ace serve. There's a big
right there again. Good peel action here.
2-ball. No, I'll push it
that
wide
long
again.
Set, high contact.
Oh, Yana!
Oh my gosh, the finesse being shown as well. Showing she can do it all. Able to match everything being done. Has shown she can snap a ball down. Shown the 2-balls there. Blocks there. And here we go. Forcing a timeout there.
I'm loving this.
Absolutely, a chance now to have to reevaluate, rethink about tactics coming back out.
Now, Juppy, I'm thinking about going live on Instagram as well, just to throw a different dynamic out there. Bit of a yarn and people, and see if we get some comments out there, and see who's actually tuning in, whether it's live stream or YouTube. Let's see how we go. We check out some of the crowd, the guys who are sticking around, or the referee shirt for whatever reason. Very exciting women's gold medal match. All of our medal matches, bar one so far, have gone to 2 sets. 3-setter for the men's gold, and that went the distance. And an epic, epic battle. The result we were expecting? Not sure. The game standard we were expecting? Absolutely. Super impressive stuff from both sides. Be interesting to touch base with them off comms, off the mic, just to be like, to gauge where they were feeling. But
I think you're going to get 2 very different responses to that question.
Yeah, 100%. I think, look, regardless of that conversation or those conversations, very exciting knowing that there is a huge amount of depth, as previously mentioned in the broadcast, of both men's and women's programs, and continuing to grow and elevate the standard in this country. Back to the action. Yana Milutinovic on serve.
Oh,
just a bit wide on the set.
Touch wide, yeah. Just having to have that reach out.
All right. I'm going to give this a go. I've never gone live on Instagram as well. Obviously, we're live on the broadcast on YouTube. So, hello, Instagram world. Let's see who actually tunes in, has a bit of a laugh. Oh, handling violation called 2.
First one of the game?
First handling violation, I believe, of this particular match. Statistician? Correct.
There you go, first handling violation of this match.
We're, obviously got a few of the guys in the venue just tuning into my live stream as well. Oh, that's smart there from Georgia Johnson.
Oh, judgment call being made here.
I think that's come.
Made. Here we go. There's going to be an argument either way.
I think that's come off the block into the antenna, which I would think that is Georgia Johnson's. Whoa. Always great having a chat with you, T. Well, the conversation and the call has been confirmed. Check the stats, Saliqua Clancy says. So if you are just tuning in, we are checking out a call here from the previous play. The ball has been jousted, wiped off the block. Well, sorry. This is the actual call. The contact had been made at the top, and then the ball is made for contact with the antenna afterwards. It has been deemed that the final contact was made with the attacking player, not the blocking player into the antenna. So Jana Milutinovic and Saliqua Clancy have taken the point. So they move to 10-4 in set number 2.
Again, always a tough situation for a referee, those judgment calls where you've just got to call what you see, and that's the thing where
definitely
it's the beauty and the curse of the referee that you can never be wrong in that scenario because you can only call what you see, but also the cameras and the replays can sometimes provide a bit of an upset for you too.
100%. Lewis Jupp, you haven't gone shy on the live stream, have you?
Oh, never.
I wouldn't think so. How's that for a 2-ball play again? Saliqua Clancy. I think George made really good positioning, but T just kind of snapped a little bit sharper, threading that needle.
Here we go, fantastic D.
Ouch.
Went for the soft touch, not quite enough to get it past the block though.
Yeah, pushing.
Looked like a little bit of a sand monster there as well, like just not quite.
You played here all weekend.
Absolutely.
And an inland beach centre or an inland beach facility, the sand is always different, whether it's like clumpier, finer, whatever else, it varies. But I feel like this sand particularly, it's just quite clumpy and thick.
It is, especially at the moment, because it has been recent. Oh, wow.
Saliqua Clancy. A lovely little exchange on the net there with Lizzie Alchin trying to hit the first ball and straight into the net as well.
That is unfortunate. But in terms of the sand here, it actually has recently been turned up, so they got some of the diggers in and managed to resurface some of the sand to try and make it that little bit more soft, but that has led to some of that clumpier feel sometimes, and some of that wet sand gets dug up a bit more. But
there you go. Well, that's why I stick to indoor. 1, it's easy to move in. 2, sand doesn't get, or indoor surfaces don't get in places that are annoying. Couple of points in a row here. 7-12 now. Number 3 seed's coming. Oh, Saliqua, are you serious? That angle is outrageous considering that Georgia Johnson was driving back into the cross-court space. Lizzie Alchin was waiting, even sharper, and Saliqua still buried it.
That ball must have been about a metre outside the antenna as well, at least.
Yeah, that definitely floated.
That beautiful high contact
almost beyond the post
on that sideline. Unbelievable.
100%.
Just a great laser float serve. And there she is meeting her at the top as well. Unbelievable.
Boom. Off the inside hand, left hand, straight down the floor. I love watching the crowd as well, the reactions here. And they all put their hands up and they're trying to mimic the skills of the players out there on the court.
Absolutely. Yeah, you get the lean backs of oofed.
Yeah, but anyway, technical timeout of set number 2. We've got the live stream happening here on YouTube. We're live on my Instagram for the first time, giving it a crack. Lewis Jupp, you've been getting some shout-outs, mate. People want to hear more from you. What do we got courtside? Pumped. Volleyball. Give Jupp his moment. I love to see on this live stream as well. We check out the people in the crowd. They're staying hydrated, in the shade, looking after themselves. So the final medal match of the day.
Here we go. We come back out now onto the court. Now, if you are Ogden Johnson, what are you thinking now? You know, you're under a bit of the pump, you're under a bit of the pressure. You know you need this set in order to get that win away. What are you thinking now at this point in time?
not sure, to be honest. I think you're still going to go out there and back yourself in, but the amount of 2 balls that Yana and Talika are playing, I think, is a conversation piece in itself. So how do you try and tweak that and allow them or shut that particular play down? Because it is a current strength of theirs. As Yana finds a lovely off-pace line shot.
Again, that just unbelievable, just smooth as you like over the top of the ball, just letting that ball do the work, just dying on that sideline. Almost an 80% side-out percentage for these two. Just an unbelievable performance.
I believe
so
that is
far.
the golden number. Is that right, Coach? A minimum of 80% on side-out? There you go. So that is a golden number, apparently. Oh! Wraps it around.
There's definitely some looks at the referee there as well, but, you know, again, judgment call, saw clean, saw behind.
I may have got a little bit animated on that play just then. We don't often see the jump set in the women's game at the moment in Australia. There's been a few today, though. Young Cameron Sayer was throwing out there. Yeah, a jump back set as well there from Lizzie Alchin. All right. Let's see. What's the next couple of months got to come? Oh.
Great touch in defense, but T just too big, too quick with that arm. Very, very difficult to deal with.
16-9 scoreboard. Deep into set number 2. Yana Milutinovic into serve. Say farewell on the live stream. Gave it a crack. Tried something new. Maybe we'll do it in the future. If not, jump on the YouTube, Ausvolley YouTube page right now. Catch the final stages of the women's gold medal match here in Canberra for the ABVT leg number 2. Dropping it short. It's good here from Taliqua. Yana left-hand presses, takes it. Lizzie has to just know where to go, and Georgia Johnson finds an off-balance Yana Milutinovic. And they go around at 11, serving 17. Staying alive, they are.
Really, really tough spot for them as well. Just like the unbelievable consistency being shown on the other side of the court. Makes it mentally just really, really tough. Again, we saw this a lot in the boys' final as well, where just that when the other team is so solid at executing what they're trying to do, trying to make sure that you're always switched on and finding that gear, and the pressure's always there.
Definitely. There's that reach. I think GJ turns around just then and goes, what do you want me to do?
Absolutely, yeah, nice high reach there, and we can see on the replay she was actually OTT there, just over the top, calm as you like, high, really high hand with the knuckle, just pushing it down. Really using the height and the jump to our advantage.
It's a very intimate court that we have here in Canberra, and every single vocal exclamation can be heard as Georgia apologises to Lizzie and her efforts. 19 points up here for the number 1 seeds.
Little tape dribble serve.
Finds the angle. Yana getting too greedy on that net. Twelve points up here. Alchin back to serve. Sure, tape tickling serve will absolutely take it at this point in time.
I think that answers the question too. We see clearly a net dribble serve is a celebration. That is a point. One you've planned and put in the playbook for a while, choosing to bring it out at choice occasions.
I see that celebration as a coach-influenced celebration.
Unbelievable angle there. That brings up set point, match point, and gold medal point for Taliqua Clancy and Yana Milutinovic.
Perfect. Back on GJ. Georgia, take it on. Does just that again. T's in a great spot. Hustle. Wraparound play this time. Can't get it done. But who gets it done? Taliqua Clancy. Yana Milutinovic. Gold medalists and champions here in Canberra for the ABVT, Australian Beach Volleyball Tour, round number 2. They'll tick the box and they will stand atop the podium here in Canberra. Fantastic match there, Juppy.
Oh, yeah, unbelievable performance from both teams. And as we said before, like even at the start of the match, just looking at the way Yana and T play together, like it's always going to be a tough dynamic for almost anyone to answer. And like we saw when they're getting it right and the two balls are flowing, and like we spoke about that flow state in games, like when they're there, everything's flowing, they're playing well, so dangerous at the net and just so difficult to deal with. And we saw there that, another game could go another way, but I think there was never a doubt at that point that the almost cruise control they had, flow state, moving through that game, playing so well, just executing every little thing they needed to do. Two balls were on fire, playing really well there, and even on the third contacts. And somehow, even when the set's a metre outside the antenna, they're just finding those angles.
Absolutely. The angles, the power, the finesse, the prowess. We cannot wait to see a lot more of that combination. It is your champions here in Canberra, Australian Beach Volleyball Tour, round number 2. Yana Milutinovic, Tallulah Clancy getting it done, 2 sets of love. They'll stand atop the podium as we go through our presentations very, very shortly. I believe the live stream will come to an end. We thank all for viewing in. You are tuning in for the live stream. We do appreciate your time and support to our champions of Canberra, but of course, our thanks to our sponsors and supporters at Volleyball Australia, Inscape, Student Living and Accommodation, Hancock Prospecting, Bole, Mikasa, Mahindra, and of course, Rogue Gun. Ladies and gentlemen, stick around. The courtside presentation and champions will be crowned in a couple of minutes' time. Lewis Jupp, absolute pleasure, sir. My name is Ben Abbott. Tune in for our next one. We are in Cobram in a couple of weeks' time for the Cobram Barooga Classic, leg number 3 of the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour, before we head to Coolangatta at the end of the month in March for our Australian Championships. Appreciate your viewership, any and all love and shares of the Oz Volley YouTube channel and page is greatly appreciated as we think and start the conversation to grow for the World Championships in Adelaide, November 2025. Like we said, medal presentation is just a couple of minutes away. Tallulah with a scoopy. Yana capitalises on her height, on her leg. Maybe it's something they've been working on the training grounds. Only time will tell if it's a consistency thing. Ace serve, Tallulah Clancy.
And 2 came back towards the line a little bit.
Yeah, reverse bend it like Beckham.
Absolutely.
Delicate from Lizzie Halchin.
Ben 2 came back towards the line a little bit.
Yeah, reverse bend it like Beckham.
Absolutely.
Delicate from Lizzie Halchin. Oh, no, it did not.
Heartbreaking to receive, but amazing if you pull it off. Celebrated enough, and I think there's definitely...
Oh! Lord have mercy. That is... Oh, my gosh, that is hitting in a phone booth.
Good peel action here.
2 ball. No, I'll push it
that
wide
long
again.
set, high contact.
Oh, Yana.
Oh my gosh, the finesse being shown as well, showing she can do it all. Good peel action here.
2 ball. No, I'll push it
that long
wide again.
set, high contact.
Oh, Yana.
Oh my gosh, the finesse being shown as well, showing she can do it all.
Here the guys
serve.
in the venue just tuning into my live stream as well. Oh, that's smart there from Georgia Johnson.
Oh,
It's just quite clumpy and thick.
it is especially
has-
at the moment because it has been recent. Oh wow.
Tallulah Clancy. A lovely little exchange. Couple of points in a row here. 7-12 now. Number 3 seed's coming. Oh, Tallulah. Are you serious? That angle is almost beyond the
Back in on
post.
that sideline. Unbelievable.
100%.
Just a great laser float serve. And there she is meeting her at the top as well.
Yana Milutinovic there from Lizzie Alchin. All right. Let's see. What's the next couple of months got to come? Oh,
Great touch in
what's
defense.
good here from Tallulah. Yana left hand presses, takes it. Lizzie has to just know where to go. And Georgia Johnson spot. Hustle. Wraparound play this time. Can't get it done. But who gets it done? Tallulah Clancy. Yana Milutinovic. Gold medalists and champions here in Canberra for the ABV
away onto the court. Check in with the the Volleyball Australia staff. now. We do appreciate your patience, and thank you all for sticking around for the Australia Beach Volleyball Tour medal presentation here in Canberra. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the awards ceremony for round 2 of the 2024-25 Australian Beach Volleyball Tour, hosted here at the Lyneham Beach Sports Facility in Canberra. It's been an incredible start to the season, and we are thrilled to celebrate the achievements of our remarkable athletes and their teams. We'd like to begin by extending a warm thank you to Volleyball Australia's trusted partners in Hancock Prospecting, Scape, Mikasa, the Australian Institute of Sport, and Volleyball for their continued commitment to the growth and excellence of beach volleyball in Australia. So a round of applause for all of our partners and supporters of the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour. Athletes, that's you. A special congratulations to all the players and coaches for their efforts over the past few days. Your skill, dedication, and sportsmanship have been an inspiration, setting a fantastic tone for the second half of the tour. I'd also like to take a moment to recognise the tremendous work behind the scenes. The Volleyball Australia staff, events team have worked extremely hard and tirelessly to set up and maintain this venue and deliver an exceptional event and experience here in Canberra once again. So Volleyball Australia team, well done to you and congratulations on all your efforts. No operations team this week. Yeah, even Andrew D on the shovel. First time for everything. We also extend our appreciation to Katrina Tweedy, our referee coach, and the entire referee team. Their professionalism and commitment have ensured a high standard of officiating, enabling our athletes to compete at their best. So thank you once again to our fantastic officials who give up their time week in, week out for our tour. Now it's my pleasure to introduce you our distinguished VIPs who will assist in presenting the awards today. Please welcome our Volleyball Australia CEO, Mr. Andrew D. Volleyball Australia National Performance Director, Mr. Craig Marshall. And the ABVT Canberra referee coach, the lovely Katrina Tweedy. All right, we'd now like to welcome to the court the Challenger Men's podium athletes. To the podium, please. Standing behind and step up when announced. Our bronze medalists of the Men's Challenger Division, we congratulate Nick Humphreys and Dave Brown. Our Challenger Men's silver medalists and runners-up, congratulations to you, young men, Lucas Fletcher and Sebastian Morandi Galindo. Challenger Men's gold medalists and champions, congratulations, Julian Spence and Jack Patton. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our Men's Challenger champions and medalists. Stepping down off the back of the podium, please. Dave Brown. Thank you, gentlemen. I'd like to welcome the Challenger women's medalists and champions to the podium, please. Women's Challenger competition bronze medalist, congratulations to you, Marielle Bellman and Marina D'Alessio. Our Challenger women's silver medalists, please congratulate Maeve McCowan and Riley Akinoa. Our women's champions for the Challenger Division and gold medalists, congratulations, Tina Carpenter and Wan Yu Chen. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to our women's challengers, medalists and champions. Well done, ladies. I'd like to welcome the elite men's competition to the podium. Muy rápido, por favor. Elite men's bronze medalists, congratulations to you, Paul Burnett and Luke Ryan. Congratulations, gentlemen. Our men's elite silver medalists and runners-up, congratulations to you, Mark Nicolaides and Isaac Caraher. Elite men's champions and gold medalists, please congratulate D'Artagnan Potts and Jack Pierce. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our men's elite champions and medalists for ABBT round number 2. We'd now like to invite the women's elite medalists and champions to the court, please. Thank you, gents. You may step down. Off the back, off the back. Luke, I know it's your first podium, but off the back from now on, please. If you're lucky enough to get there. We congratulate our elite women's bronze medalists, Cameron Zaya and Ruby Vanloo. We congratulate our silver medalists and runners-up of the elite women's competition, Lizzie Alton and Georgia Johnson. And we congratulate our elite women's champions and gold medalists, Talika Clancy and Yana Milutinovic. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your medalists and champions of the women's elite competition. We invite all of our athletes, back medal winners from both challenger and elite competitions, to the podium for a big champions photo. It's going to rain champagne, but only champagne hopefully, because of course, you guys will get the big champions photo with our VIPs who are already gone. Oh, I cut the photo of you, though. Ladies and gentlemen, with that being done, that brings us to a close of the award ceremony here for the 2024-2025 Australian Beach Volleyball Tour here in Canberra. Thank you all for joining us and in celebrating these remarkable athletes and their achievements. As we look forward, we are thrilled to welcome you back to South Australia this year for the pinnacle event of the Beach Volleyball World, the Beach Volleyball World Championships, right here in the city of Adelaide, from the 14th to the 23rd of November 2025. Plenty of opportunities to be a part of it, of course. You can volunteer and be a part of that fantastic event in November. It's a monumental event on the global stage. We cannot wait to see you there. Outside, ladies and gentlemen, we wrap things up here in Canberra. Thank you one and all for being a part of the Australian Beach Volleyball Tour once again. We'll hope to see you again as we go to Cobram for leg number 3 of the Australian Men's Volleyball Tour, starting on the 28th of February through the 2nd of March. My name's Ben. It's an absolute pleasure as per always. We will see you after the next one.
Yeah, I'm great.